The earliest Greek attempts to understand the origins of the cosmos emerged long before written mythological texts were compiled, forming a conceptual foundation that later poets organized into coherent genealogies. The world that produced these early ideas was shaped by small, interconnected communities scattered across the Aegean, people who witnessed the cycles of nature with limited tools for interpretation but significant intellectual curiosity. Their environment encouraged the formation of explanations that sought order in landscapes marked by earthquakes, seasonal droughts, sudden storms, and the unpredictable movements of the sea. Over successive generations, these observations transformed into shared narratives, transmitted orally and shaped by the cultural memory of each region. When later authors finally wrote these accounts, they reflected a long evolution of thought rather than a single moment of invention. Archaeological evidence from the Bronze Age indicates that early Aegean societies engaged in extensive trade with the Near East, and this interaction introduced them to foreign cosmologies that also began with primordial forces emerging out of an undifferentiated void. The Greeks adapted these broader ideas to their own environment. What began as local explanations for natural phenomena gradually grew into a structured tradition that described the universe as emerging from a fundamental state labeled chaos. In these early conceptions, chaos was not a violent disorder, but an empty expanse lacking form, boundaries, or purpose. It served as a conceptual starting point for everything that followed, including the appearance of Earth, deep caverns, and the impulses that would drive creation forward. Describing chaos as the first principle allowed early thinkers to mark a transition from non-existence to existence without requiring a creator deity. This approach aligned with the worldview of societies that observed nature as a self-generating process rather than the result of intentional design. Earth appeared as a stable entity supporting human life, and its very presence demanded an explanation. The Greeks gave this entity a name, Gaia, not to personalize it, but to conceptualize its role as the stabilizing surface upon which all future life would develop. The emergence of Gaia from chaos indicated the beginning of identifiable structure, a moment in which the world gained solidity and predictability. From this foundation, other primordial entities followed. Tartarus represented the depths beneath the earth, a realm not equated with moral punishment at this early stage, but with profound geological uncertainty. Its inclusion reflected the Greeks' need to account for the unseen forces beneath their feet: earthquakes, volcanic rumbling, and fissures that opened without warning. Another figure, Eros, entered the narrative not as a romantic presence, but as the essential principle of attraction that enabled creation to continue. The inclusion of such an impulse demonstrated an early attempt to explain the forces that allowed the cosmos to expand and diversify. These primordial concepts were not personalities in the later mythological sense. They functioned as structural ideas that made the world intelligible. The formation of these early mythological elements occurred in tandem with developments in Greek thought that would later influence philosophy and science. Communities observed that natural cycles repeated consistently, and this consistency encouraged them to imagine the universe as governed by patterns rather than by arbitrary forces. The idea that Gaia generated mountains and rivers, or that Eros prompted the formation of new beings, expressed a growing interest in causality. Each mythic element represented a category of experience: land, desire, depth, and later sky and sea. Through these narrative categories, early Greeks created a framework for understanding how the universe came into being and how its elements interacted. Scholars studying the transmission of these early cosmologies note that their structure reflects the oral traditions of the time. These traditions favored genealogical sequences because they were easy to memorize and consistent with the social organization of early Greek communities, where lineage determined authority and inheritance. Applying genealogical logic to the cosmos allowed storytellers to present creation as a series of familial relationships, each generation building upon the previous one. The relationships among Chaos, Gaia, and later Uranus created a recognizable pattern that listeners could follow even without written texts. This method did not attempt to describe the origins of matter in a scientific sense. Instead, It aimed to establish an ordered sequence that made the world comprehensible. The earliest written record of these ideas appears in Hesiod's Theogony, composed in the late 8th or early 7th century BCE. But Hesiod's work represents the culmination of centuries of gradual development, not the beginning. The structure of his narrative, starting with chaos, then Gaia, then the appearance of the sky, reflects tendencies already embedded in the oral tradition. Hesiod's contribution was to stabilize these ideas into a coherent genealogy that could be reproduced across the Greek world. When he described Gaia giving rise to mountains, sea, and sky, he drew upon a long-standing view of the earth as the generative center of all life. His work does not represent a sudden invention, but an organized compilation that preserved older cosmological ideas. Archaeological discoveries support the view that Greek cosmology evolved through long-term cultural exchange. Inscriptions from the Near East, including Hittite and Mesopotamian sources, describe creation emerging through generational conflict and the successive appearance of natural forces. While the Greek tradition remains distinct, the structural parallels suggest that these stories developed in a shared intellectual environment shaped by trade and migration. The Greeks did not copy foreign myths directly. Instead, they adapted common themes to their own experiences. The inclusion of chaos as a primordial void, for example, differs from many Near Eastern accounts, but reflects an Aegean perspective shaped by the sea's vast emptiness and the unpredictability of the natural world. The combination of local observations and external influences created a cosmology that balanced abstraction with familiarity. By naming primordial forces, the Greeks gave them conceptual boundaries, allowing listeners to understand their roles without needing detailed descriptions. Chaos marked the beginning. Gaia provided stability. Tartarus explained the depths, and Eros introduced the principle of generation. These elements formed a system that did not require immediate divine rulers or moral judgments. It described a universe that emerged gradually, driven by inherent forces rather than intentional design. This perspective reveals much about how early Greeks interpreted their environment. They saw creation as an incremental process shaped by relationships among fundamental elements. As the cosmology evolved, the narrative expanded to include the appearance of Uranus, the personification of the sky. His arrival marked a turning point in the developing structure of the myth. The sky brought order to the space above the earth, imposing regular patterns of day, night, and seasonal change. The relationship between earth and sky provided a symbolic framework for understanding the world's vertical arrangement: solid ground below, open expanse above. This conceptual pairing reflected everyday experience and helped early storytellers organize the cosmos into a comprehensible system. The emergence of Uranus also introduced the potential for generational development, as the union of earth and sky became the source of future divine beings. While the primordial era of the myth contains few narrative events in the later storytelling sense, it establishes the essential components of a structured universe. Each element introduced during this stage serves a functional purpose, explaining aspects of the world that early communities encountered regularly. The myths do not attempt to explain the origins of morality, human behavior, or social customs at this stage. Instead, they focus on the physical world, its solid foundation, its depths, its upper expanse, and the forces that drive creation forward. This focus differentiates the primordial generation from later mythological figures, who increasingly represent social, cultural, or moral ideas. The most significant insight from studying this early period is understanding how the Greeks conceptualized the transition from formlessness to order. Chaos represented a condition without boundaries, while Gaia introduced structure. This shift mirrors a broader intellectual pattern visible in later Greek philosophy, where thinkers such as Anaximander and Heraclitus described the world as emerging from indeterminate states into ordered systems governed by consistent processes. The myths preserved in the Theogony show that the foundation of this intellectual tradition existed centuries earlier in poetic form. The ideas were not yet philosophical, but they demonstrated a consistent interest in explaining how order arose from disorder. One notable aspect of these early cosmologies is the absence of human-centered explanations. Unlike later myths that focus on the origins of customs or the actions of heroes, the primordial stories concern themselves exclusively with the universe's formation. This approach reflects the worldview of societies primarily engaged in agriculture, maritime trade, and local governance. Their intellectual questions centered not on human purpose, but on understanding the forces that shaped their environment. The creation of earth, sky, and the fundamental principles of generation and depth directly addressed the most pressing questions of their time. Another key feature of this stage is the incremental introduction of structure. The myth does not move abruptly from chaos to a populated cosmos. Instead, it proceeds through a series of conceptual steps, each building upon the last. This gradual progression mirrors the slow evolution of human societies from small settlements to more complex communities. Just as early villages developed social organization over time, the cosmos in Greek thought developed its structure in stages. The mythological sequence thus parallels the lived experience of the people who transmitted it. Each generation contributed to its refinement, ensuring that the story remained relevant to changing cultural contexts. The long process through which these early ideas developed demonstrates the flexibility of oral tradition. Storytellers adapted their accounts to new circumstances, incorporating local environmental knowledge and external cultural influences. This adaptability allowed the cosmology to remain coherent despite regional variations. For example, certain areas may have emphasized the role of Earth or the depths due to their specific geographical conditions, while others focused on the sky and weather patterns. Despite these differences, the overarching structure of chaos, Gaia, and the emergence of the sky remained consistent across the Greek world, enabling later authors to unify the cosmology into a single narrative. Studying the early cosmologies also reveals the intellectual foundation upon which later mythological generations would be constructed. The primordial entities do not engage in conflict or governance, but they establish the structural categories that later gods and titans would inhabit. Earth, sky, and the generative principle create the framework for divine relationships, setting the stage for genealogies that reflect social and political organization. This early stage provides the conceptual groundwork for the emergence of divine hierarchies, generational tensions, and the eventual transition to a more complex pantheon. Without the foundational ideas established here, the later mythological system would lack coherence. A significant aha moment appears when tracing how these primordial concepts influenced later Greek thought, especially the pre-Socratic philosophers. They revisited these early ideas, sometimes challenging them, but often repurposing their underlying logic. For example, the notion that the cosmos emerged from an undefined void resonates with philosophical discussions of the apeiron, the boundless origin of all things. Similarly, the idea of generative forces shaping the world echoed in theories of elemental change. The continuity between myth and philosophy demonstrates that early cosmological thought provided far more than entertainment. It supplied the conceptual vocabulary that facilitated later intellectual developments. Another insight arises from comparing the Greek primordial era with those of neighboring cultures. Many Near Eastern traditions begin with the separation of heaven and earth or the emergence of land from water, and while the Greek version is distinct, it reflects a shared regional practice of explaining the world through stage creation. These parallels suggest that early Greeks were part of a wider conversation about origins, transmitted through trade networks and diplomatic encounters. Understanding this broader context allows modern scholars to appreciate the Greek cosmology not as an isolated creation, but as a culturally specific interpretation of common ancient questions. The significance of this primordial stage becomes clear when considering the role it plays in the larger mythological narrative. It creates the conditions necessary for the birth of the Titans, the first divine beings who possess recognizable identities and functions. Without the prior establishment of earth, sky, and the principles of generation, the Titans would lack narrative context. The ordered cosmos emerging from chaos provides the stage on which the next generation of divine figures will act. The transition from primordial abstraction to defined identities marks an essential shift in the myth's development, reflecting the Greeks' increasing interest in anthropomorphic deities and the social structures they represented. As the primordial era draws to a close, the cosmos stands organized but unpopulated by beings capable of governance or conflict. The categories are in place, the boundaries established, and the foundational relationships formed. The next stage involves the emergence of divine figures who will inherit this structured universe and shape its future. Their arrival represents a shift from explaining the physical world to exploring concepts of authority, succession, and cosmic order. The groundwork laid by the early cosmologies ensures that these developments will follow a logical sequence, reinforcing the continuity that characterizes the entire mythological system. The progression from chaos and Gaia to the appearance of Uranus marks the moment where the myth transitions from abstract origins to structured relationships. It is at this point that the narrative prepares to introduce the Titans, whose identities and actions will define the next major phase of cosmic history. Their emergence signals the beginning of generational development and sets in motion the patterns that will shape the entire mythological tradition. With the foundation now established, the story naturally moves toward examining the partnership between Gaia and Uranus, the first structured divine relationship and the source of the Titan generation that will dominate the early cosmos. The emergence of Gaia and Uranus as the first structured pair in Greek cosmology represents a significant shift from abstract primordial concepts to recognizable forms that organize the universe. Their presence marks the beginning of defined relationships among the elements of creation, moving beyond the formlessness of chaos and the foundational stability of Earth toward an interconnected system that explains the physical and conceptual arrangement of the world. In this stage of mythic development, the cosmos becomes a structured environment shaped by interactions between identifiable forces. Gaia and Uranus serve as the earliest example of this transition, functioning not as human-like deities in the later sense, but as conceptual representations of Earth and sky arranged in a stable, predictable relationship. Gaia's presence in early Greek cosmology is central because she represents the solid, inhabitable foundation upon which all life and activity depend. Her emergence from chaos reflects the ancient understanding that the Earth was the first stable element to appear in the universe. Archaeological evidence from early Greek settlements shows that communities relied heavily on the fertility and stability of the land, and this real-world dependence shaped their mythological thinking. To these early populations, the Earth was not only a physical resource, but the essential basis of existence. Assigning Gaia a distinct identity allowed them to express the idea that stability and nourishment originated from a singular source, one that existed before all other forms. When Uranus appears in the narrative as the personification of the sky, the Greeks introduce an upper boundary to the cosmos. The association between Gaia and Uranus mirrors the lived experience of ancient peoples who saw the Earth beneath them and the sky arching above as a unified but divided system. The sky provided light, weather, seasonal cycles, and the movement of stars, all of which shaped agricultural practices and navigational knowledge. Defining Uranus as the sky established a consistent conceptual boundary that complemented Gaia's role as the Earth. Together, they formed the vertical axis of the cosmos, providing a coherent framework for understanding physical space. The union between Gaia and Uranus is not described in emotional or interpersonal terms in early sources. Instead, it functions as a conceptual explanation for how the interaction between Earth and sky produced the natural elements of the world. From their relationship emerged mountains, seas, and the first divine beings, each representing components of the physical or symbolic environment. This generative process reflects the cultural understanding that natural phenomena were interconnected and that the stability of the Earth and the order of the sky influenced the emergence of other aspects of the world. The arrival of Uranus introduces the first instance of cosmic expansion in the mythological sequence. Chaos, though conceptually significant, did not produce structure. Gaia provided structure, but she existed alone. Uranus, by contrast, forms the first complementary element. His appearance above Gaia creates a layered cosmos with distinguishable levels. This arrangement mirrors the way early Greek communities perceived their physical surroundings, the ground supporting daily life, the mountains rising above it, and the sky encompassing everything. By embedding this spatial logic in myth, early storytellers ensured that their explanations aligned with the experience of their listeners. The tension between Gaia and Uranus, which develops in later stages of the narrative, emerges from the conceptual structure established during this early period. Uranus' broad expanse over Gaia symbolizes both protection and confinement, reflecting the dual nature of the sky as something beneficial and yet sometimes oppressive. Storms, scorching heat, and destructive winds could threaten agricultural stability, and these forces were experienced as overwhelming and beyond human control. Uranus' close association with Gaia therefore encapsulates this ambivalent relationship between Earth and sky, one that ancient communities observed daily. The earliest divine beings born from the union of Gaia and Uranus include the Titans, Cyclopes, and Cenomanes. Their emergence represents the first moment in which identifiable divine entities populate the structured cosmos. These beings are not yet anthropomorphic in the fully developed sense of later Greek religion. Instead, they symbolize categories of natural phenomena or conceptual principles that required explanation. The Titans, in particular, reflect the early Greek attempt to classify aspects of the world according to their perceived roles and characteristics. Some of these roles, such as celestial cycles, memory, justice, and the sea, align directly with key features of ancient Greek life. The birth of these beings also establishes the pattern of generational succession that becomes a defining feature of Greek myth. The primordial generation represented conditions without hierarchy or conflict. The generation of Gaia and Uranus introduces structure, but also the potential for tension, as Uranus attempts to maintain control over the beings produced by the cosmos. This attempt reflects a conceptual concern with the preservation of order and the fear of disruption. By preventing his offspring from emerging, Uranus attempts to contain potential challenges to his position, mirroring ancient anxieties about succession, authority, and instability, issues that early Greek communities understood well through their experiences with inheritance, leadership, and intergenerational conflict. The conflict between Gaia and Uranus does not emerge from personal motives in the mythic sense, but from structural pressure within the cosmology. If the cosmos is to evolve, the new generation must be allowed to emerge. Uranus' refusal to permit this continuation represents an obstruction of natural development, and Gaia's response signifies the necessity of change. The myth thus communicates a fundamental principle. Cosmic order requires periodic transformation, and stagnation threatens the balance of the universe. This principle would later appear in philosophical discussions of change and cosmic cycles. An important insight in studying this stage is recognizing how the myth preserves a layered understanding of the natural world. Gaia represents the surface, Uranus the sky above, and the offspring of their union symbolize intermediate forces that shape the environment. The presence of the Cyclopes, associated with craftsmanship and elemental power, reflects early Greek awareness of technological and environmental processes. The Cenomanes, with their exaggerated physical descriptions, represent the overwhelming and unpredictable forces of nature. Their confinement within Gaia symbolizes the hidden dangers of the Earth, earthquakes, volcanic activity, and sudden geological disturbances. These connections reveal how closely the mythic structures align with environmental observations. The dynamic between Gaia and Uranus also establishes a framework for understanding authority in the mythological universe. Uranus' position above Gaia symbolizes dominance, but not in the moral sense found in later myths. His authority derives from spatial arrangement and natural function. The inability or unwillingness of Uranus to allow creation to continue reflects a form of static rule, one that prevents the natural progression of generations. This conceptualization of authority contrasts with later Greek ideas of kingship and governance, which emphasized adaptability and responsiveness. Uranus' rigid control, therefore, serves as an early example of an unsustainable cosmic order. Gaia's counteraction demonstrates the importance of generational renewal in Greek thought. Her decision to free her offspring underscores the necessity of allowing change to occur, even when it disrupts existing structures. This principle appears throughout Greek myth and history, reflecting a cultural recognition that stagnation leads to vulnerability. The eventual involvement of Cronus in the separation of earth and sky sets in motion the next significant transition in the myth, one that will introduce the first organized divine generation. But even before this event occurs, the tension between Gaia and Uranus highlights the inevitability of change in the cosmos. Scholars examining the development of this myth note that its structure parallels agricultural cycles. The pairing of earth and sky reflects the interaction between land and weather that determined harvests. The confinement of offspring within the earth resembles seeds trapped in the soil, unable to emerge until conditions permit. The eventual separation of earth and sky, which allows new beings to appear, mirrors the seasonal processes by which life emerges after winter. This agricultural analogy does not imply that the myth was an allegory. Rather, it demonstrates how the ancient world interpreted natural processes through narrative forms. Another insight arises from examining the role of Gaia as both a generative and protective force. Her position as the mother of all future divine beings reflects the recognition that the earth supports all forms of life. Her opposition to Uranus' confinement of their offspring represents a defense of natural development. This aspect of the myth aligns with archaeological evidence indicating that ancient Greek communities viewed the earth as both nurturing and potentially dangerous. Fertile soil supported agriculture, but geological instability posed constant risks. Gaia embodies this duality, reflecting the complexity of ancient perceptions of the natural world. The structural importance of Uranus becomes clearer when considering his placement in the cosmic hierarchy. As the sky above the earth, he provides the upper boundary that completes the vertical arrangement of the universe. His presence establishes the conditions necessary for distinguishing between the realms that would later be inhabited by gods, titans, and mortals. Without Uranus, the cosmos would lack the layered structure that defines much of Greek myth. His introduction therefore marks a crucial step in the transition from primordial abstraction to a populated and organized universe. The interaction between Gaia and Uranus also introduces the concept of resistance within the cosmic order. Prior to this stage, creation occurred without conflict or opposition. With Uranus' attempt to contain his offspring, the myth shifts to an exploration of power dynamics. This shift reflects the broader human experience of negotiating authority and managing intergenerational tensions. The Greeks did not view their gods as infallible, but as participants in a universe shaped by competing forces. The myth of Gaia and Uranus expresses this understanding at a fundamental level, demonstrating that even the earliest structures of the cosmos were subject to tension and transformation. The significance of this stage becomes clearer when comparing Greek cosmology to those of neighboring cultures. Many Near Eastern myths describe the separation of heaven and earth as a fundamental act that allows creation to continue. While the Greek version differs in details, its conceptual purpose is similar: to establish the space in which the world can develop. This structural similarity suggests that ancient peoples across the region grappled with similar questions about the origins of the universe and the arrangement of its elements. The Greek contribution lies in how they integrated these ideas into a genealogical framework that connected physical structures to divine lineages. As the narrative moves toward the birth of the Titans, the interaction between Gaia and Uranus provides the essential background for understanding divine genealogy. The Titans represent the first generation of beings with identifiable roles and functions, but their existence depends on the relationship between earth and sky. The tension created by Uranus' confinement of his offspring sets the stage for the next major shift in cosmic authority, one that will dramatically alter the structure of the universe. Gaia's involvement in this transition underscores her central role in shaping the direction of the myth, guiding the cosmos toward a more dynamic and populated form. By the time the myth reaches the moment of generational overthrow, the groundwork has been thoroughly established. The cosmos now contains structure, boundaries, and emerging hierarchies. The relationship between Gaia and Uranus has introduced both stability and tension, providing the conditions necessary for change. The next stage will focus on the emergence of the Titans themselves, the first beings to occupy the structured universe and the generation whose actions will define the early history of the cosmos. The natural progression of the narrative leads directly from the relationship between Gaia and Uranus to the appearance of their offspring. With the cosmos structured and the generative process established, the story now turns to the identities and roles of the Titans, whose emergence marks the beginning of organized divine society and sets in motion the patterns that will shape all subsequent developments. The emergence of the Titans occupies a distinct position within the evolution of early Greek cosmological thought. When examined through the lens of cultural history rather than literal theology, their appearance reflects the moment when early Greek societies sought to organize the universe into a structured sequence of generational powers. Rather than describing supernatural births in a biological sense, these narratives encode an early attempt to define order, authority, and inheritance in a world slowly developing social hierarchies of its own. The Titans appear in preserved sources as the immediate successors to Gaia and Uranus, forming a coherent roster of powers associated with recognizable domains of nature, social function, and cosmic stability. Their collective presence suggests a shift in early Greek thought toward cataloging the world's forces into a system that could be taught, remembered, and transmitted across generations. Archaeological evidence from the late Bronze Age indicates that Greek communities were already adapting older Near Eastern and Anatolian symbolic structures into their own conceptual frameworks. These influences are not direct transfers, but thematic parallels, demonstrating how multiple societies used genealogical sequences to express the organization of the world. The Titans fit into this broader Mediterranean pattern. They represent the first fully structured divine generation, emerging not as isolated figures, but as a system characterized by siblings whose roles intersect and complement one another. This system offers an early example of how mythic genealogies served as a cultural tool for explaining complexity through the language of family succession. The traditional roster of Titans includes 12 principal figures, divided into male and female counterparts, though some variations appear in later sources. Oceanus is associated with the encircling waters believed to surround the known world. Hyperion is linked to heavenly light and the ordered movement of celestial bodies. Ceus and Crius occupy more ambiguous positions, yet reflect aspects of directionality, axis orientation, or structural boundaries. Iapetus is commonly interpreted in connection with human origins or the mortal condition. Cronus stands apart as a figure associated with time, cyclical transformation, and the tension between order and instability. Their sisters, Tethys, Thea, Phoebe, Rhea, Themis, and Mnemosyne, represent domains ranging from the fertility of rivers to the illumination of the sky, the preservation of memory, and the maintenance of justice. Each Titan embodies a natural or conceptual principle that early Greek communities considered essential to understanding how the world functioned. The systematic nature of this group suggests that these figures served an explanatory purpose for a society moving toward greater political and social organization. In agricultural communities, the observation of cycles, seasons, boundaries, and natural forces was central to survival. By associating these forces with an ordered divine family, early storytellers created a framework that mirrored emerging social structures. The Titans thus become a conceptual bridge between primordial creation and the more recognizable forms of governance and hierarchy later represented by the Olympian generation. Their emergence marks a step toward rationalizing the world through identifiable categories, even within a mythological framework. The birth of the Titans is traditionally described as a direct result of the union between Gaia, the personification of the earth, and Uranus, the overarching sky. When interpreted historically, this sequence reflects a conceptual attempt to link the most essential natural domains into a system capable of producing all subsequent structures. Earth and sky form the primary duality found across numerous ancient cosmologies, serving as the foundational elements from which more specialized powers arise. In the Greek tradition, their union yields the Titans as an organized set of intermediaries. This indicates that early Greek thought no longer viewed the world as governed solely by vast, undifferentiated forces. Instead, it recognized the need for categorized principles that could account for environmental predictability and social regularity. Surviving literary sources portray Uranus as imposing strict control over his offspring, preventing them from emerging fully into the world. When considered through the perspective of cultural evolution, this aspect of the narrative suggests an early tension between older, rigid conceptions of cosmic order and newer systems that emphasize generational change. The eventual rebellion of Cronus, while mythological in form, mirrors real patterns found in societies transitioning from older leadership structures to more dynamic forms of authority. The story symbolizes the transformation of a static worldview into one capable of accommodating change, innovation, and progression. The Titans thus appear at a symbolic crossroads. They are born under a regime defined by absolute control, yet they represent the first stirrings of a more flexible and expansive system. The presence of clearly differentiated male and female Titans is notable within this generational structure. It reflects the early Greek recognition of complementary forces rather than a hierarchy of dominance. Many ancient societies conceptualized natural or social phenomena through balanced dualities. The Titan generation provides a roster of paired functions that support the maintenance and regularity of the world. Themis represents law and the orderly arrangement of society, while Cronus embodies cyclical time and the inevitability of transition. Mnemosyne preserves collective memory, a vital component in oral cultures where identity and tradition relied on storytelling rather than written records. Hyperion oversees the stability of light and celestial movement, contributing to the measurement of days and seasons. Collectively, these figures form a comprehensive model for understanding how early Greek communities categorized their environment. From a methodological standpoint, the study of Titan origins relies heavily on textual evidence, as physical artifacts directly representing them are relatively few. However, this absence does not diminish their cultural importance. Instead, it reflects the nature of early Greek religious thought, where complex cosmological figures were primarily preserved through oral tradition rather than formal iconography. Their significance is therefore measured not by the quantity of surviving depictions, but by the consistency with which their roles appear across diverse regions and periods. This consistency indicates that the Titan system was widely accepted as a reliable explanation of the universe's structure, even before the emergence of the more defined Olympian pantheon. The Titan generation also demonstrates an early Greek effort to establish continuity between the universe's creation and the social realities of human life. Iapetus, often associated with mortality, connects cosmic genealogy to the human condition. His sons, when interpreted historically rather than theologically, represent attempts to explain the origins of human traits such as craftsmanship, foresight, or impulsive behavior. In this way, the Titans function as intermediaries between the primordial world and the emerging narratives that would later define humanity's place within it. Their births signal the beginning of a conceptual chain linking cosmic origins to cultural identity. Understanding the birth of the Titans also involves examining the broader Mediterranean environment in which these ideas developed. Throughout the Late Bronze Age, societies across the Aegean, Anatolia, and the Near East began constructing genealogical cosmologies that mirrored their political and social structures. These genealogies often featured generational succession, conflict, and the division of responsibilities among deities. The Greek Titan system fits into this pattern, but evolves into a more nuanced arrangement that emphasizes the organization of natural forces. This suggests that early Greek communities were not simply adopting external ideas, but were actively reshaping them to reflect their own environmental experiences and social transitions. The orderly emergence of the Titans indicates a conceptual step toward mapping the world through categories that correspond to observable phenomena. This step is significant in the intellectual history of early Greece. Before the development of philosophical reasoning in later centuries, myth served as the primary medium for explaining the relationship between human communities and the environment. The Titans represent a stage in this process where explanations became more systematic, governed by identifiable roles rather than abstract personifications. Their birth is therefore not only a mythological event, but also an early effort to impose structure on complexity. This structured understanding becomes particularly clear when examining the roles of Themis and Mnemosyne. The former represents the principles of social order, decision-making, and communal norms. The latter preserves cultural memory and continuity. These two functions are essential to any society seeking stability and identity. Their presence among the Titans indicates that early Greek thought recognized the importance of these social dimensions even before the emergence of city-states. By embedding these concepts into the divine genealogical framework, early Greeks acknowledged that organization, governance, and collective memory were as fundamental to human life as natural forces like light, water, and time. Within this generational system, Cronus emerges as a transitional figure. His birth, along with that of his siblings, establishes the foundation for the next major transformation in Greek cosmological thought. Cronus's eventual rebellion against Uranus does not occur within this section of the narrative, yet the seeds of that conflict are embedded in the conditions of the Titan's birth. They come into existence under a restrictive authority that seeks to prevent their emergence, symbolizing an early tension between continuity and change. This tension reflects broader patterns found in societies undergoing demographic growth, economic diversification, and increasing social complexity. The birth of the Titans thus prefigures a shift from primordial stillness to dynamic evolution. Another important aspect of this generational emergence is the idea of inheritance. Early Greek genealogies often emphasize the transmission of roles and responsibilities across divine families. The Titans inherit certain foundational principles from Gaia and Uranus, but modify them in ways that reflect a more differentiated worldview. The movement from formless creation to organized categories demonstrates a conceptual progression. This progression will continue in later generations, culminating in the fully articulated pantheon of Olympian deities. The Titans serve as the intermediate stage in this intellectual evolution, marking the transition from primordial abstraction to structured cosmology. The intellectual significance of the Titans becomes clearer when examining the role of Hyperion and Theia, who are associated with light, sight, and the predictable patterns of the heavens. Their presence in the generational sequence reflects the growing importance of celestial observation in early Greek agriculture and navigation. Observing the movement of the sun and stars was essential for determining planting seasons, marking time, and organizing community life. By assigning these functions to specific divine figures, early Greek thought linked practical knowledge with cosmic order. The birth of these Titans marks an early conceptual recognition of celestial regularity, an idea that would later contribute to the development of Greek astronomy. Another figure of significance is Oceanus, whose domain encompasses the outer boundary of the known world. His inclusion among the Titans reflects early Greek attempts to define geographic limits. The idea of an encircling river or sea appears in multiple ancient traditions and served as a conceptual explanation for the unknown territories beyond the familiar world. The birth of Oceanus represents the placement of natural boundaries within a structured cosmological system, reinforcing the idea that the Titans function as conceptual anchors for understanding the environment. As the Titan generation emerges, the Greek cosmological framework becomes increasingly coherent. The early genealogical structure transforms into a more elaborate system capable of explaining natural forces, social order, and human behavior. This transformation reflects broader developments in early Greek society, including the consolidation of settlements, the formation of shared cultural identities, and the spread of oral traditions that required consistent and memorable structures. The Titans, as a group, represent the culmination of these developments during the early phases of Greek cultural formation. Their birth also establishes the first major pattern of generational succession, a theme that will define the next stages of the Greek cosmological narrative. Succession stories serve as metaphors for the transfer of authority within human communities, particularly in societies transitioning from clan-based organization to more complex systems of governance. By placing the Titans within a generational hierarchy, early Greek storytellers created a narrative that mirrored real social experiences. The emergence of the Titans therefore reflects not only cosmic organization, but also the early Greek understanding of leadership, inheritance, and change over time. As the narrative moves forward, the Titans will assume active roles in shaping the structure of the world. Their birth marks the establishment of a system that is more stable and organized than the primordial realm, but still subject to internal tensions. These tensions will eventually lead to the next major transformation: the rise of Cronus, the consolidation of Titan authority, and the conditions that set the stage for the eventual conflict between Titans and Olympians. The emergence of the Titans is thus both a conclusion to the first phase of cosmic development and the beginning of the next stage in this evolving conceptual framework. The period traditionally known as the Golden Age under Cronus occupies a central place in the intellectual development of early Greek cosmology. When interpreted through a historical rather than theological lens, this era represents an attempt by ancient storytellers to imagine a world governed by stability, predictable cycles, and the absence of coercive authority. Although framed as a mythic epoch, the Golden Age reflects deeper cultural insights about the conditions that early Greek communities valued or idealized. The association of this era with Cronus indicates a conceptual shift from primordial creation toward structured rule, where time, periodicity, and orderly recurrence begin to govern the world. This shift is essential for understanding how Greek society moved from formless origins to narratives that mirrored the social evolution of emerging communities. In preserved literary accounts, Cronus assumes power after an act of generational displacement. His leadership marks the first sustained instance of organized authority within the Greek cosmological sequence. The ensuing Golden Age is described as a time of ease, agricultural abundance, and social harmony. When approached analytically, these descriptions reflect the early Greek fascination with periods of equilibrium, where the burdens of labor and conflict were absent. Such depictions cannot be taken literally. Rather, they encode cultural memories of earlier social arrangements in which small, kin-based communities may have experienced degrees of shared subsistence and collective governance. The narrative of the Golden Age therefore acts as a retrospective projection, imagining a period when human existence aligned seamlessly with the rhythms of nature. Cronus's rule introduces the first sustained concept of cyclical time. In earlier sections of the cosmology, time appears as an abstract force with little structural significance. Under Cronus, however, time becomes an organizing principle. The very name associated with this figure suggests a connection to cycles, seasons, and the measurement of continuity. Early Greek agricultural communities depended heavily on the observation of recurrent patterns: sunrise, rainfall, harvest cycles, and lunar phases. By embedding these temporal patterns within the character of Cronus, early thinkers effectively linked cosmic order to the practical rhythms of daily life. The notion that the world under Cronus operated with effortless regularity reflects an idealized version of environmental predictability. Archaeological evidence from early settlements indicates that the shift from nomadic or semi-nomadic existence to stable agricultural communities required new systems of coordination. These systems often took the form of informal councils, extended kin leadership, or shared resource management. The Golden Age narrative can be interpreted as a reflection of this social framework. Authority is present, but it is not coercive. Leadership is acknowledged, but it does not impose hardship. The world functions not through force, but through consensus and natural alignment. Cronus becomes a symbolic representation of early communal leadership, where decision-making processes may have been decentralized and cooperative. This interpretation helps situate the Golden Age within the broader trajectory of Greek social development. Descriptions of the Golden Age emphasize the absence of toil. Food, according to the narrative, grows without the need for labor. This detail reflects a cultural memory of earlier subsistence patterns, when hunting, gathering, and limited cultivation may have allowed communities to meet their needs without the intensive agriculture that characterized later periods. As populations grew and agriculture became more demanding, the memory of earlier, less labor-intensive lifestyles may have been idealized. The Golden Age therefore functions as a conceptual contrast to the increasingly stratified and labor-dependent societies of the archaic and classical periods. It represents an imagined era where social inequality had not yet emerged, and where human beings lived without conflict or competition. The symbolism of spontaneous abundance also relates to early Greek perceptions of the natural world. Communities depended heavily on stable environments, predictable seasons, and fertile land. The Golden Age expresses an early understanding of environmental harmony, projecting an image of the world where nature's generosity required no human intervention. This idea reflects a broader Mediterranean pattern in which early cosmologies idealized the state of the world before human labor became necessary. As societies developed irrigation, plowing techniques, and organized agriculture, the contrast between past and present may have grown increasingly pronounced. The Golden Age myth thus captures a moment in cultural memory when the environment was perceived as self-sustaining. Although the Golden Age is depicted as peaceful, it exists within the generational structure established by the birth of the Titans. Cronus's leadership, while stable, is not permanent. His rise to power involved the displacement of Uranus, and the narrative hints that his own authority will eventually be challenged. This underlying tension suggests that early Greek thinkers recognized that no system of governance is immune to change. The calm and balanced nature of the Golden Age exists alongside the seeds of future transformation. The narrative therefore reflects a nuanced understanding of historical progression, acknowledging both periods of stability and the inevitability of transition. One notable aspect of the Golden Age is the apparent absence of technological advancement. Unlike later eras associated with growth, conflict, or innovation, this period does not emphasize tools, weapons, or architectural development. This absence is significant. It indicates that early Greek cosmology associated technological and structural changes with complexity, conflict, or necessity. The Golden Age, by contrast, reflects a state where such developments were not required. This mirrors anthropological patterns where early oral cultures often celebrated periods of simplicity, viewing them as harmonious rather than primitive. The narrative suggests that complexity arises in response to need, and that societies develop technology when faced with challenges requiring adaptation. Human beings in the Golden Age are described as living long lives, free from disease and hardship. These descriptions can be interpreted as expressions of early Greek contemplation about mortality and the human condition. As societies grew more complex, new stresses emerged: disease transmission, resource competition, and social stratification. By imagining an earlier period free from these burdens, Greek storytellers constructed a conceptual baseline for what life could be under ideal circumstances. The longevity associated with the Golden Age is not a biological claim, but a symbolic representation of existence unburdened by conflict or scarcity. The environment of the Golden Age is also depicted as stable, with no mention of natural disasters or seasonal irregularities. This reflects early Greek desires for predictability in a region where earthquakes, droughts, and storms were common. By placing the Golden Age under Cronus, early thinkers connected environmental stability with effective governance. This connection would continue in later Greek thought, where natural disasters were sometimes linked to divine displeasure or changes in cosmic order. The Golden Age, thus, serves as a conceptual model for understanding the relationship between leadership and environmental conditions. Another aspect of this era is the lack of formal religion as later Greek society understood it. Rituals, sacrifices, and temples do not appear in descriptions of the Golden Age. Instead, humans and gods exist in closer proximity, with minimal separation between the divine and the mortal. This reflects an early stage in Greek religious thought, before the establishment of structured cult practices. Archaeological evidence from the Neolithic and early Bronze Age indicates that religious activity centered around household spaces, natural sites, and community gatherings rather than monumental architecture. The Golden Age narrative aligns with this simpler form of religious practice. It portrays a world where divine forces are present but not institutionalized, mirroring the early stages of Greek ritual development. The absence of formal social hierarchy in Golden Age narratives is another significant feature. Later Greek society, particularly in the classical period, was highly stratified, with clear distinctions between citizens, non-citizens, enslaved persons, and elites. By contrast, the Golden Age is depicted as egalitarian. Everyone shares the same access to resources, and no coercive authority enforces inequality. This suggests that the narrative may preserve memories of early communal living patterns, where small groups relied on shared resources and collective decision-making. The idealization of such structures reflects the early Greek intellectual interest in contrasting current societal arrangements with imagined earlier forms of organization. The Golden Age narrative also highlights the absence of warfare. This detail is significant when considered within the historical context of Greek development. By the time these stories were being recorded, warfare was a regular feature of Greek life. City-states competed for territory, economic influence, and regional dominance. The memory of a conflict-free past served as a conceptual tool for examining the consequences of militarization. The Golden Age thus functions as a counterpoint to the realities of the Greek world, offering a vision of what society might look like without competition for resources or political authority. Another insight emerges from the portrayal of justice during the Golden Age. In this period, Themis, the embodiment of social order, exists but is not required to enforce rules or resolve disputes. This suggests that early Greek thinkers viewed the earliest stage of human existence as naturally aligned with principles of fairness. Justice becomes necessary only once society becomes more complex. This conceptualization reflects the development of legal thought in early Greece, where the emergence of formal codes and institutions corresponded with the challenges of growing populations and diverse social roles. The Golden Age's absence of judicial mechanisms thus symbolizes an early philosophical view that justice arises in response to societal needs. The simplicity of life during the Golden Age also reflects early conceptions of economic activity. There is no mention of trade, currency, or private ownership. This aligns with anthropological models of pre-monetary societies, where exchange often occurred through reciprocity rather than formal systems. The narrative's depiction of spontaneous abundance suggests that economic activity was perceived as negligible. This aligns with early Greek reflections on the origins of economic organization, recognizing that formal systems of exchange emerged only as societies expanded and specialized. The Golden Age operates outside this framework, existing in a conceptual world where economic constraints do not shape human behavior. The harmony attributed to the Golden Age extends to relationships between humans and the natural world. There is no mention of hunting, animal domestication, or resource extraction. This absence suggests that early Greek thinkers imagined an original state in which human needs did not require altering the environment. This idealized view offers insight into early Greek concerns about ecological balance. As later communities faced deforestation, soil depletion, and resource scarcity, the memory of a harmonious past became a tool for reflecting on the consequences of environmental change. The Golden Age, thus, serves as a conceptual baseline for understanding the relationship between human activity and ecological impact. One of the aha insights embedded in the Golden Age narrative is the connection between predictable environmental cycles and social stability. Early Greek agricultural societies learned that successful harvests depended not only on labor, but also on seasonal patterns beyond human control. The Golden Age imagines a world where such patterns never fluctuate, suggesting that environmental reliability was viewed as foundational to human well-being. This insight reveals the deep connection between cosmological narratives and agricultural experience. By linking Cronus with cyclical time, early Greeks acknowledged that stability in nature supports stability in society. Another key insight is the recognition that governance need not be coercive. In later periods, Greek political structures became increasingly formalized, with laws, councils, and magistrates enforcing order. The Golden Age preserves the idea that authority can emerge from alignment rather than force. This concept would later influence philosophical discussions about ideal forms of governance. particularly in works examining the earliest conditions of human society. The Golden Age, thus, serves as a conceptual starting point for later Greek political thought. As the narrative progresses, the Golden Age is inevitably linked to its end. Although this period is remembered as peaceful, it is not permanent. The seeds of its decline lie in the internal tensions of generational succession. Cronus himself, having overthrown Uranus, becomes vulnerable to the possibility of displacement. This anticipation of change reflects a broader Greek understanding that no system remains stable indefinitely. Societies evolve, leadership transforms, and cosmic structures undergo revision. The Golden Age, therefore, serves as a transitional stage rather than a final ideal. It represents the first organized era in the Greek cosmological sequence, but it also foreshadows the emergence of instability. As this era comes to a close, the world under Cronus begins to shift. The narrative suggests that as populations grow and environments change, new forms of organization become necessary. The very stability that characterizes the Golden Age creates the conditions for the next stage of development. As communities expand and interactions become more complex, the simplicity of earlier arrangements no longer suffices. This transition mirrors historical patterns observed in the development of early Mediterranean societies, where increased population density and resource demands led to new social structures. The conclusion of the Golden Age prepares the way for the next major transformation in the Greek cosmological sequence. Its end marks the moment when the world moves from effortless harmony to structured organization requiring active leadership. This shift establishes the conditions for the rise of the Olympian order and the eventual conflict between generations. The Golden Age thus acts as both a culmination of early stability and the foundation upon which later complexity will develop. The reign of Cronus represents the first fully articulated example of dynastic authority within Greek cosmology, marking a distinct shift from primordial forces to structured governance. Unlike the earlier cosmic stages, which emphasized abstract creation and generational emergence, Cronus period reflects deliberate consolidation of power, the establishment of hierarchy, and the implementation of control over the natural and divine order. His rule, preserved in literary sources from Hesiod and later mythographers, provides insight into early Greek conceptualizations of authority, succession, and the organization of both cosmic and social systems. Cronus embodies a dual principle. He consolidates the gains of his predecessors while simultaneously introducing mechanisms of control that will provoke future challenges to his authority. This duality mirrors historical patterns in early Mediterranean societies, where leadership required both stabilization and the management of emerging tensions. Cronus' consolidation of power occurs immediately following the displacement of Uranus, a generational shift in which authority is transferred through a combination of strategic action and inherent cosmic legitimacy. Unlike Uranus, who governs from a position of abstraction and spatial dominance, Cronus operates within a structured hierarchy in which each of the titans and other divine entities has a defined role. The act of consolidation is not solely militaristic or coercive. It involves the regulation of relationships, the establishment of boundaries, and the oversight of production, cycles, and natural processes. The mythic portrayal of this period emphasizes balance, order, and predictable governance, suggesting that early Greek storytellers valued clarity in the allocation of responsibilities and the maintenance of systemic coherence. The narrative details the mechanisms by which Cronus maintains control over his environment and his offspring. Hesiod describes the fear that Cronus harbors regarding the prophecy that one of his children will overthrow him. This fear leads him to consume each child at birth, an action that may appear dramatic, but, when interpreted through the lens of social anthropology, illustrates early concerns about inheritance, succession, and generational continuity. Ancient societies observed that new generations could disrupt existing hierarchies, leading to instability and conflict. By portraying Cronus' actions in this way, the myth encodes lessons about the challenges inherent in maintaining dynastic authority and the tension between preservation and progress. The consolidation of power under Cronus also reflects the increasing sophistication of early Greek thought concerning temporal cycles. Cronus is intimately associated with the measurement and ordering of time, and his reign signifies the institutionalization of periodicity. The Greek term related to his name encompasses the idea of measured time, reinforcing the link between governance and temporal organization. Within early agricultural communities, the ability to predict seasons, manage planting and harvest cycles, and regulate labor was essential. By assigning these functions to a divine ruler, the myth situates societal organization within a cosmological framework, suggesting that authority and environmental predictability are interdependent. One of the most striking features of Cronus' reign is the maintenance of relative peace and stability. Unlike later generations, which are frequently depicted as engaged in conflict, the period under Cronus is characterized by order and cooperation among divine beings. The Titans perform their assigned functions without resistance, reflecting an idealized system in which hierarchy and responsibility align harmoniously. From an analytical perspective, this reflects early Greek recognition that functional allocation of roles, both divine and social, was critical to the sustainability of complex communities. Cronus' oversight of the Titans mirrors the management strategies that early human settlements likely employed to regulate resources, labor, and social obligations. In addition to governance, the myth emphasizes Cronus' role in regulating natural processes. He oversees the cycles of growth, seasonal change, and elemental order, positioning him as both ruler and administrator of cosmic systems. These functions are not merely symbolic. They encode observations of agricultural dependence on celestial and environmental rhythms. The predictability of harvests, rainfall, and daylight would have been central to early Greek survival, and by integrating these functions into the figure of Cronus, the myth communicates the essential linkage between leadership, environmental stability, and societal well-being. Authority is therefore conceptualized as both protective and organizational, extending across social and natural realms. Cronus' consolidation of power is further reflected in the narrative emphasis on hierarchy among divine beings. Each Titan maintains a defined domain, yet their obedience to Cronus ensures systemic coherence. This early conceptualization mirrors the organization of early Greek polities, in which leadership was exercised through coordination rather than constant enforcement. The myth illustrates an implicit understanding of checks and balances, where authority relies on the predictable fulfillment of responsibilities rather than absolute coercion. This structured hierarchy provides insight into the early Greek conceptualization of governance as an integrative, rather than purely authoritative, force. The consumption of his children by Cronus also serves as an instructive conceptual device. It embodies the tension between generational innovation and preservation of the status quo. Early societies understood that younger generations could challenge established norms, redistribute power, or introduce new ideas. The myth encodes a recognition of the need to manage generational succession carefully to prevent social and cosmic instability. This aspect of the narrative illustrates the interplay between control and inevitability, highlighting the conceptual sophistication of Greek myth in addressing fundamental societal challenges. An additional point of significance is Cronus' relationship to prophecy and foresight. The anticipation of being overthrown introduces the theme of knowledge as both empowering and threatening. Early Greek thinkers recognized that awareness of future possibilities influences present actions, both for rulers and for communities at large. Cronus' attempt to prevent the prophecy from manifesting reflects an understanding that authority must respond strategically to potential disruptions. This narrative detail emphasizes the role of foresight in governance, illustrating how myth served as a medium for exploring principles of strategy, succession, and temporal management. The consolidation of power under Cronus also establishes an ethical framework for authority. While his actions may appear harsh, they are depicted as necessary for maintaining order. This presents early Greek audiences with a conceptual model in which stability, law, and continuity are prioritized over individual freedom or spontaneity. The moral calculus embedded in the myth reflects the early Greek recognition that societal and cosmic order sometimes require restrictive measures. By encoding these principles within a mythological narrative, The tradition educates audiences about the complexities of governance in ways that are memorable, accessible, and relevant to lived experience. The historical significance of Cronus' reign extends to the establishment of generational patterns. The conflicts, alliances, and roles defined during this period form the template for subsequent mythological sequences, including the eventual rise of the Olympian deities. By consolidating power effectively, Cronus creates a structured environment in which the next generation of divine beings can emerge within defined parameters. This orderly framework ensures that future transitions, though inevitable, occur within a conceptual system that remains intelligible to early Greek audiences. From a socio-political perspective, the myth reflects early Greek understanding of the challenges inherent in leadership. Cronus' rule embodies the balance between authority and flexibility, stability and change. The narrative demonstrates that leadership involves both proactive and reactive measures, including the management of subordinates, the anticipation of disruption, and the organization of natural and social cycles. By portraying these principles through myth, early Greek thinkers codified complex ideas about governance, succession, and systemic coherence in a form that could be transmitted orally and remembered across generations. The period under Cronus also emphasizes the integration of natural, temporal, and social order. By regulating cycles of time, overseeing the Titans, and maintaining cosmic balance, Cronus functions as a unifying principle that ensures coherence across multiple domains. This integration mirrors the holistic worldview of early Greek communities, in which social structures, environmental knowledge, and ritual practices were interdependent. Authority, in this context, is not a singular force imposed from above, but a coordinating principle that aligns disparate elements into a functional whole. Another insight concerns the conceptualization of succession as both a natural and inevitable process. Despite his efforts to consolidate power, Cronus' reign is ultimately finite. The myth introduces the principle that even the most stable system is subject to change, reflecting historical observations of generational turnover and political transition. This recognition of impermanence is central to the narrative, preparing audiences for the eventual emergence of the Olympian order. The story of Cronus, therefore, serves not only as a record of governance, but also as a didactic model illustrating the temporal limits of authority. The consolidation of power under Cronus also reflects an early understanding of administrative specialization. Each Titan's domain corresponds to natural or conceptual forces, light, water, memory, justice, that require management. Cronus' oversight ensures that these forces function harmoniously, mirroring early societal structures in which specialized roles facilitated communal stability. The myth implicitly acknowledges the necessity of coordination, supervision, and regulatory mechanisms for complex systems, whether divine, natural, or social. This framework demonstrates the early Greek recognition that sustainable authority requires structured interaction between components of a larger system. The stability of Cronus' reign is also linked to the absence of widespread conflict. Unlike subsequent mythological periods, which feature overt warfare and struggle for dominance, this era emphasizes cooperative functioning within a hierarchical order. This portrayal may reflect idealized memories of small-scale, cooperative settlements in early Greek history, where social cohesion was achieved through coordination and adherence to shared norms. The narrative thus preserves a model of governance characterized by predictability, continuity, and minimized conflict. Another important feature is the connection between Cronus' authority and environmental regulation. By maintaining the balance of temporal cycles, he ensures the predictability of seasons, the regularity of celestial movement, and the fertility of the earth. These functions underscore the centrality of environmental awareness in early Greek governance, illustrating how mythic narratives codified practical knowledge. Authority is depicted as integrally linked to the natural order, with leadership responsible for sustaining the conditions necessary for societal and cosmic stability. Finally, Cronus' consolidation of power establishes the conceptual framework for understanding the limits of authority and the inevitability of generational change. Although his reign is orderly and comprehensive, it contains the seeds of future disruption. The narrative foreshadows the eventual rise of Zeus and the Olympians, demonstrating that even the most stable system must evolve to accommodate new forces. The careful balance achieved under Cronus provides a coherent backdrop against which subsequent mythological developments occur. It illustrates the interplay between continuity and transformation, a principle central to both mythic and historical thinking. The period of Cronus' rule concludes by setting the stage for the next transformative phase in Greek cosmology, the rise of the Olympians and the reorganization of divine authority. The consolidation of power, the regulation of cycles, and the structuring of hierarchy under Cronus provide the necessary conditions for this transition. The myth establishes a foundational understanding of leadership, succession, and systemic coherence, ensuring that the next generation emerges within a conceptual framework that is intelligible, structured, and historically resonant. The emergence of prophecy during the reign of Cronus introduces a conceptual layer of foresight, anticipation, and tension that profoundly shapes early Greek cosmology. Within the narrative, Cronus is aware of a prophecy foretelling that he will be overthrown by one of his own children. This knowledge does not merely function as a dramatic device. It reflects an early Greek understanding of the inevitability of generational cycles and the challenges inherent in maintaining authority. Prophecy, in this context, serves as a mechanism for integrating temporal awareness into the narrative structure, allowing audiences to consider the consequences of succession, the limits of power, and the necessity of strategic planning. The awareness of future outcomes underlines the complexity of governance and cosmic order, demonstrating that stability is always provisional. The prophetic element also introduces early notions of causality and the relationship between knowledge and action. Cronus' response to the prophecy, consuming each of his children immediately after birth, illustrates a logical, if extreme, approach to problem-solving. Eliminate the source of potential disruption before it manifests. From a historical and anthropological perspective, this can be interpreted as an allegorical reflection of early societal concerns about succession, inheritance, and the management of younger generations within hierarchical systems. The myth encodes an understanding that authority must respond to emerging threats, balancing immediate control with long-term considerations of order and continuity. Archaeological and textual evidence suggests that early Greek communities were acutely aware of the cyclical nature of both natural and social systems. Agricultural cycles, seasonal variations, and demographic shifts all contributed to a worldview in which change was constant and sometimes unpredictable. The inclusion of prophecy in the narrative acknowledges this uncertainty, framing it within the broader structure of the cosmos. By attributing foreknowledge to Cronus, the myth communicates that even supreme authority does not exempt one from the inevitability of generational transition. Prophecy thus functions as both a narrative tool and a conceptual reflection of historical experience. The tension introduced by the prophecy is central to understanding the dynamics of the Titan generation. Whereas earlier stages emphasize stability and cooperation, the foretelling of Cronus' downfall creates latent conflict. This tension is not immediate or overt, but operates subtly, influencing the actions of both ruler and subordinates. In practical terms, it mirrors early Greek observations of political and familial dynamics, in which knowledge of potential challenges shaped decision-making, resource allocation, and social negotiation. The narrative demonstrates that awareness of future threats necessitates intervention, often generating further instability even as it seeks to preserve existing order. Cronus' actions in response to the prophecy also highlight the role of fear and uncertainty in governance. Although he maintains a well-ordered realm, his anticipation of overthrow leads to extreme measures that paradoxically undermine the stability he seeks to preserve. This illustrates a fundamental principle observed in early Greek thought. Authority is always contingent, and the very strategies employed to maintain control may precipitate the changes they aim to prevent. The consumption of his offspring is symbolic, encoding lessons about the inherent risks of attempting to forestall inevitable transitions and the limits of power in the face of natural or generational forces. The prophetic element further reflects the early Greek understanding of inevitability within historical and cosmic systems. The narrative implies that certain outcomes are predetermined, not in a purely fatalistic sense, but as a recognition of recurring patterns. Generational succession, the rise of new leadership, and the displacement of older authority are all framed as predictable elements of the cosmic order. Prophecy, therefore, functions as an analytical tool, allowing audiences to conceptualize the forces that drive change and the consequences of both action and inaction. By embedding this understanding within myth, early Greek storytellers provided a framework for interpreting historical and social phenomena through narrative. This stage of the myth also introduces the concept of ethical and strategic responsibility. Cronus' awareness of the prophecy obligates him to act, highlighting the relationship between knowledge and duty. Early Greek thinkers recognized that leaders must anticipate potential disruptions and respond effectively to preserve stability. At the same time, the narrative suggests that the methods of addressing such threats carry moral and systemic implications. Cronus' extreme response, while rational within the framework of his foreknowledge, generates long-term consequences that will ultimately destabilize his authority. This tension illustrates the interplay between immediate necessity and enduring outcomes, a principle highly relevant to both governance and cosmic management. The prophetic tension also emphasizes the relational aspect of authority. Cronus' concern is not abstract, but intimately connected to his offspring, who embody the continuation of the cosmic and social order. This dynamic reflects early Greek insights into family, lineage, and inheritance, which were central to the organization of both communities and polities. The consumption of his children underscores the challenges inherent in balancing personal interests, dynastic preservation, and broader systemic responsibilities. In doing so, the narrative communicates that leadership is inseparable from relational obligations and the management of dependent forces within a hierarchical framework. The role of prophecy in this period also connects to early Greek conceptualizations of time. Knowledge of future events requires an understanding of temporal sequences and causal relationships. The narrative implies that time is structured, cyclical, and intelligible to those capable of interpreting it. Cronus' response illustrates the application of this temporal awareness to the management of resources, succession, and social order. In this sense, prophecy serves as an early form of strategic foresight, encoding the principle that effective governance requires anticipation of future conditions and the alignment of actions with long-term objectives. Another significant insight is the conceptual tension between inevitability and agency. While the prophecy predicts Cronus' eventual overthrow, it does not dictate the precise sequence of events or the methods through which change will occur. This ambiguity allows for the exercise of choice and strategy within a bounded framework. Early Greek audiences would have understood this as a reflection of the human and divine condition. While certain outcomes are likely, the process by which they are realized involves complex interactions, decisions, and contingencies. The narrative thus captures the interplay between determinism and free will, offering a sophisticated conceptual model of causality and responsibility. The presence of prophecy also introduces the possibility of deception, concealment, and strategic manipulation within the narrative. Cronus' attempts to prevent the fulfillment of the prediction involve both physical actions, consuming his children, and symbolic interventions, such as maintaining hierarchical order among the Titans. These measures reflect early Greek understanding of preventive strategies, risk management, and the regulation of subordinate actors. The narrative encodes lessons about the interplay between power, foresight, and intervention, demonstrating that authority requires not only the capacity to act, but also the capacity to anticipate and shape outcomes. This stage also highlights the significance of hidden forces within the cosmological system. The children of Cronus, though consumed, are not entirely eliminated from the narrative. Their continued existence, often preserved through divine intervention, underscores the idea that latent potential persists even under restrictive conditions. This insight mirrors historical observations of generational change, innovation, and the resilience of social and natural processes despite attempts at suppression. The narrative communicates that no system, however tightly controlled, can entirely eliminate emergent forces, a principle with enduring relevance in both mythic and historical contexts. Furthermore, the prophetic tension underscores the importance of narrative as a tool for conceptual understanding. By presenting the inevitability of Cronus' overthrow, the myth allows audiences to explore abstract principles, succession, contingency, foresight, and systemic stability through concrete story elements. The consumption of offspring, the fear of displacement, and the latent presence of surviving children serve as accessible analogs for complex social, political, and environmental processes. In this way, the narrative functions pedagogically, providing a framework for understanding patterns of change, conflict, and continuity. Another analytical insight is the connection between prophecy and temporal ethics. The awareness of future outcomes imposes a moral dimension on leadership decisions. Cronus' actions are governed not solely by personal interest, but by the perceived necessity of preserving order and stability. This reflects early Greek notions of leadership as a responsible and forward-looking practice, where choices must balance immediate needs with long-term consequences. Prophecy introduces accountability, even in a mythic context, highlighting that knowledge of potential outcomes carries ethical and strategic obligations. The narrative also anticipates later developments in Greek mythology, particularly the eventual emergence of Zeus and the Olympian generation. The tension established by the prophecy provides narrative momentum, preparing audiences for the transformative conflict that will restructure cosmic authority. By framing this tension within the context of foresight and generational risk, the myth creates a coherent causal chain linking Cronus' actions to the broader evolution of the divine hierarchy. The audience is guided to understand that disruption, while inevitable, arises within a structured sequence shaped by prior decisions and latent potential. The prophetic element further reinforces the notion of systemic interconnectedness. Cronus' fear is not an isolated psychological trait, but a response to the structural relationships within the Titan generation. Authority, succession, and cosmic function are interdependent, and the anticipation of disruption underscores the sensitivity of complex systems to change. Early Greek audiences would have recognized parallels in their own social and environmental experiences, where generational shifts, resource management, and hierarchical transitions had tangible consequences. The narrative thus encodes an early understanding of systemic dynamics and the importance of strategic adaptation. Additionally, the role of prophecy emphasizes resilience and hidden continuity. Despite Cronus' efforts to eliminate potential threats, divine intervention ensures that certain elements endure, allowing for the eventual reconfiguration of power. This narrative strategy reflects early Greek recognition that systems are capable of regeneration and transformation, even under restrictive conditions. It communicates a principle of resilience that extends across both mythic and real-world contexts. Latent potential, if preserved, can re-emerge to alter established orders. The prophecy also encourages reflection on the relationship between knowledge and uncertainty. While Cronus possesses foreknowledge, the precise mechanisms of change remain unpredictable. This dynamic mirrors historical and social realities, where leaders may anticipate trends or challenges but cannot fully control the unfolding of events. The narrative captures the tension between awareness and unpredictability, illustrating the nuanced understanding early Greek thinkers had of causation, contingency, and temporal complexity. Finally, the prophetic tension prepares the narrative for the next stage, the eventual rise of Zeus and the reorganization of cosmic authority. The anticipation of upheaval frames the subsequent conflict not as chaotic disruption, but as an intelligible, causally linked transformation. The narrative establishes a coherent trajectory in which previous actions, foreknowledge, and latent forces converge to produce systemic change. The prophecy functions as both a narrative device and a conceptual principle, encoding lessons about succession, strategic foresight, and the inevitability of generational evolution within Greek cosmology. The period marked by the prophecy and the early signs of tension, therefore, serves as a transitional stage between the consolidation of power under Cronus and the transformative events that will follow. It integrates themes of foresight, causality, hierarchy, and generational dynamics, providing a framework within which subsequent mythological developments can be understood. The narrative demonstrates that even in a period of apparent stability, underlying forces, latent potential, and anticipated challenges shape the trajectory of both cosmic and social order, setting the stage for the emergence of a new generation of authority and the next phase in the evolution of Greek cosmological thought. The birth of Zeus represents a pivotal moment within Greek cosmology, marking the preservation of continuity and the preparation for a transformative shift in divine authority. This event occurs within the context of Cronus' consolidation of power and the prophetic anticipation of his eventual overthrow. While Cronus had consumed his previous offspring to prevent the fulfillment of prophecy, the birth of Zeus demonstrates the intervention of both strategy and divine ingenuity, ensuring that the cosmic and social order continues even under restrictive circumstances. The narrative surrounding Zeus' preservation underscores early Greek conceptions of succession, resilience, and the mechanisms by which latent potential can be safeguarded against immediate threats. According to surviving accounts, Rhea, Zeus' mother and Titaness of fertility, takes decisive action to prevent Cronus from consuming her youngest child. By concealing Zeus in a remote, protected location, often described as a cave in Crete, the narrative illustrates the principle of strategic intervention in the management of succession. From a historical and anthropological perspective, this action can be interpreted as an allegorical reflection of human strategies for safeguarding heirs, resources, or critical knowledge in times of political or social threat. Early Greek societies, particularly those organized around kinship and dynastic continuity, would have recognized the practical implications of concealment, protection, and the deliberate management of succession. The narrative of Zeus' preservation introduces the concept of intervention as a critical factor in maintaining systemic stability. Whereas Cronus' reign demonstrates both order and vulnerability, the protection of Zeus ensures that the underlying structure of authority can persist beyond the immediate generation. This reflects early Greek awareness that stability is contingent not solely on the exercise of power, but also on the careful management of emergent potential. By embedding this principle in myth, the tradition communicates the importance of foresight, strategic planning, and protective action in sustaining both human and cosmic systems. The concealment of Zeus is frequently accompanied by the involvement of secondary actors, such as nymphs, caretakers, or supernatural guardians. These figures serve multiple functions within the narrative. They provide physical protection, mediate between different domains of authority, and ensure that the child develops under conditions that will prepare him for future leadership. From a socio-political perspective, this reflects early Greek recognition of collaborative networks in governance and survival strategies. Leadership and succession are not solitary endeavors. They depend on the coordination of multiple actors who fulfill specialized roles within a larger system. The myth encodes this understanding, emphasizing that the continuity of authority is a collective responsibility. The birth and concealment of Zeus also highlight the principle of latent potential. Although Cronus seeks to eliminate threats to his authority, the narrative ensures that key elements persist outside immediate control. This principle mirrors historical patterns observed in early Mediterranean societies, where heirs, knowledge, or critical resources were sometimes hidden to preserve continuity across generations. The story emphasizes that even in highly controlled environments, emergent forces can endure, waiting for conditions that allow them to shape subsequent developments. In this sense, the myth communicates a sophisticated understanding of resilience, contingency, and the temporal distribution of influence. Zeus' early preservation also demonstrates the integration of geography into Greek cosmological thinking. The use of remote caves, hidden valleys, or isolated natural sites reflects both symbolic and practical considerations. In symbolic terms, these locations represent liminal spaces where ordinary rules do not fully apply, allowing for exceptional events such as concealment or transformation. Practically, these sites reflect early Greek experiences with challenging terrain, where isolation provided protection and strategic advantage. By embedding these details in myth, early storytellers connected cosmic events to recognizable environmental realities, reinforcing the plausibility and memorability of the narrative. The narrative emphasizes that Zeus' preservation is not merely passive, but involves active nurturing and preparation. Accounts often describe caretakers providing sustenance, education, and protection, ensuring that the future leader develops the attributes necessary for eventual governance. This aspect reflects early Greek recognition that effective succession requires both survival and cultivation of skills, wisdom, and strategic understanding. Leadership is conceptualized as an emergent quality that requires deliberate fostering, a principle that resonates with historical practices of mentorship, education, and training for heirs within elite or ruling families. Another significant dimension of Zeus' birth is the symbolic inversion of Cronus' prior actions. Whereas the earlier consumption of offspring represented control and suppression, the preservation of Zeus embodies resilience, adaptability, and the capacity to circumvent restrictive authority. This juxtaposition highlights the dynamic interplay between constraint and opportunity, illustrating that systems, whether social or cosmic, contain both stabilizing and transformative forces. The narrative conveys the principle that persistence and ingenuity can overcome seemingly absolute obstacles, a lesson applicable to both mythic and historical contexts. The preservation of Zeus also reinforces early Greek notions of destiny and timing. The narrative implies that the appropriate moment for his emergence must be carefully managed, ensuring that conditions are favorable for the eventual realization of the prophecy. This temporal awareness reflects an understanding of strategic patience, sequencing, and the coordination of actions over time. The myth encodes the idea that effective leadership and systemic change depend not only on capability, but also on the precise alignment of temporal, spatial, and relational factors. Timing becomes a central component of authority and succession. In addition, Zeus' early life emphasizes the importance of secrecy and controlled exposure. The narrative often highlights the deliberate concealment of his identity, the management of knowledge among secondary actors, and the strategic limitation of Cronus awareness. This underscores the early Greek understanding that information is a critical resource in governance, strategy, and succession. The control of knowledge, whether about identity, timing, or capability, enables actors to influence outcomes, shape expectations, and manage potential conflicts. The myth thereby encodes lessons about information management as a key component of systemic stability. The concealment of Zeus also allows for the development of unique capacities and alliances that will prove critical in the forthcoming reorganization of authority. Protected from immediate threats, he can cultivate relationships, strategic insights, and personal qualities that prepare him for leadership. From a conceptual standpoint, this reflects early Greek recognition that transformative figures often require preparation within protected or exceptional conditions before assuming full authority. The narrative suggests that the emergence of new order is contingent on prior investment, training, and the preservation of potential within secure frameworks. Another analytical insight involves the role of maternal agency in ensuring continuity. Rhea's intervention demonstrates the capacity of individuals, particularly those in positions of influence, to shape outcomes through deliberate action, strategic planning, and protective measures. This emphasis on agency contrasts with the deterministic aspects of prophecy, highlighting the interplay between foreknowledge and proactive intervention. Early Greek audiences would have recognized the significance of such agency in both familial and societal contexts, where strategic action by key actors could preserve stability, ensure succession, and mitigate risk. The mythic narrative also conveys the integration of environmental, social, and cosmic considerations in planning for succession. The selection of specific locations for concealment, the involvement of supportive actors, and the timing of eventual emergence all reflect a holistic approach to systemic preservation. This mirrors early Greek experiences in which successful management of resources, people, and environmental conditions was essential for long-term stability. By embedding these principles within the myth, the story of Zeus' birth serves as both a cosmological explanation and a conceptual guide to effective governance and resilience. The eventual emergence of Zeus from concealment marks the transition from latent potential to active authority. This moment signifies not merely the survival of a single figure, but the continuity of the cosmic and social order that Cronus' actions had endangered. The narrative emphasizes that preservation of potential requires not only protection, but also strategic positioning for eventual action. The story communicates the principle that continuity and transformation are interdependent processes, requiring both safeguarding and timely activation. Early Greek audiences would have understood this dynamic as a reflection of generational, social, and political realities. The preservation of Zeus also establishes a narrative framework for subsequent alliances and conflicts that define Greek cosmology. By surviving hidden from Cronus, he can later mobilize supporters, coordinate strategies, and challenge existing authority in a manner consistent with systemic logic. This demonstrates early Greek recognition of the importance of preparatory conditions, strategic relationships, and coordinated action in effecting structural change. The myth conveys that transformative processes are rarely instantaneous, but require deliberate planning, protective measures, and the cultivation of necessary capabilities. From an analytical perspective, the story also emphasizes the resilience of systemic structures. Although Cronus sought to control succession and eliminate potential disruption, the underlying order persists through protective interventions and strategic foresight. This conveys an early Greek understanding of robustness within complex systems. Even when immediate threats arise, latent structures and carefully preserved potential enable continuity and adaptation. The narrative thereby encodes lessons about resilience, contingency, and the mechanisms by which order can be maintained under challenging conditions. The myth further illustrates the integration of divine, social, and temporal factors in sustaining authority. Zeus' concealment is not an isolated act. It involves collaboration among divine actors, careful selection of location, and precise timing relative to cosmic and social conditions. This interconnectedness reflects early Greek insights into the dependencies that sustain complex systems, emphasizing that effective preservation of order requires coordinated action across multiple domains. Authority, succession, and systemic stability are thus portrayed as outcomes of holistic, multidimensional management. Another insight involves the role of anticipation and planning in shaping historical trajectories. The narrative demonstrates that foreknowledge of potential disruption, combined with strategic intervention, can preserve continuity and facilitate eventual transformation. Early Greek audiences would have recognized this principle as applicable to governance, family succession, and communal decision-making. The myth communicates that proactive measures, informed by understanding of temporal and relational dynamics, are essential to the sustainability of systems over time. Finally, the birth and preservation of Zeus established the conditions for the subsequent restructuring of divine authority. His survival ensures that the prophecy of Cronus' overthrow can be fulfilled, creating a coherent narrative link between generational succession, systemic resilience, and the emergence of new order. The myth emphasizes that transformative change requires both the protection of latent potential and the strategic alignment of resources, actors, and timing. By safeguarding Zeus, the narrative ensures continuity, preserves systemic stability, and prepares the cosmos for the next phase in Greek cosmological and mythological evolution. The preservation of Zeus thus serves as both a narrative turning point and a conceptual framework for understanding succession, resilience, and the strategic management of authority. It demonstrates that even under restrictive and threatening conditions, emergent potential can be safeguarded, nurtured, and positioned to effect systemic transformation. This stage prepares the way for the eventual rise of Zeus, the reorganization of cosmic power, and the establishment of a new generational hierarchy that will define Greek cosmology for centuries. The Titanomachy represents the first major confrontation between generations in Greek cosmology, a structured conflict that defines the transition from Cronus' established authority to the emergent rule of Zeus and the Olympians. Unlike prior mythic events, which emphasize consolidation, stability, and latent tension, the Titanomachy is characterized by organized opposition, strategic alliances, and systemic reordering. This conflict is central to understanding the dynamics of generational change, the resolution of latent tensions, and the codification of authority within early Greek thought. While often interpreted as a dramatic struggle, the Titanomachy also functions as a conceptual framework for examining principles of succession, legitimacy, and the interplay of hierarchy and innovation. The narrative situates the conflict within the broader context of Cronus' consolidation and the prophecy that predicted his eventual overthrow. Zeus, having been preserved and nurtured, emerges as the focal agent of generational change. He mobilizes allies among his siblings, previously swallowed by Cronus and subsequently freed through intervention, demonstrating early Greek interest in coalition building, strategic coordination, and the mobilization of latent potential. This liberation underscores the narrative principle that systemic renewal requires both the activation of hidden resources and the alignment of strategic actors capable of sustaining transformative processes. The Titanomachy thus embodies both the inevitability of generational succession and the mechanisms by which change is implemented effectively. From a structural perspective, the Titanomachy emphasizes the importance of hierarchical organization and specialization within conflict. Each Titan and Olympian assumes a role consistent with their attributes and domains. Titans often embody fundamental forces or primordial concepts, while Olympians personify new principles and modes of governance. The conflict therefore represents not only a physical or narrative struggle, but also a contest between conceptual frameworks, established authority rooted in cyclical stability versus emergent authority predicated on innovation, strategic coordination, and systemic reorganization. This duality mirrors historical experiences in early Mediterranean societies, where shifts in political, social, or technological paradigms were often resolved through both direct confrontation and strategic alliance formation. The narrative highlights the methods by which Zeus consolidates support among his siblings and allies. Each liberated child contributes specialized abilities to the conflict, creating a coordinated force capable of challenging Cronus and the Titans. This strategy reflects early Greek appreciation for the efficacy of distributed power, division of labor, and complementary capacities within complex operations. From a historical and anthropological perspective, this can be interpreted as an allegorical reflection of coalition building in human societies, where effective challenge to established authority requires the integration of diverse skills, resources, and strategic actors into a cohesive effort. The Titanomachy thus encodes lessons about leadership, coordination, and the orchestration of systemic change. The conflict also illustrates early Greek considerations of strategy, timing, and resource mobilization. Zeus and his allies recognized the necessity of leveraging both latent forces and environmental conditions to achieve victory. This demonstrates an understanding of adaptive tactics, situational awareness, and the importance of aligning action with opportunity. The myth reflects principles observable in historical military and political organization, including the allocation of specialized roles, the sequencing of actions, and the anticipation of opponent responses. In this sense, the Titanomachy serves as a model for the application of strategic reasoning to complex systemic challenges. One notable feature of the Titanomachy is the involvement of external or marginal forces, particularly the Cinemanes and Cyclopes, whose inclusion shifts the balance of power. These figures, representing exceptional capabilities and extraordinary scale, provide critical support to Zeus' faction. Their intervention underscores early Greek recognition of the transformative potential of integrating specialized, previously marginalized elements into a coordinated effort. From a conceptual standpoint, this illustrates the principle that systemic reorganization often requires the inclusion of latent or unconventional resources, and that innovation may emerge from previously overlooked components of a system. The narrative emphasizes the value of strategic flexibility, adaptability, and resourcefulness in achieving generational or structural change. The Titanomachy also reflects early Greek insights into the dynamics of moral and systemic legitimacy. While the conflict is presented as a struggle for power, it simultaneously encodes notions of justice, inevitability, and right order. Cronus attempts to maintain absolute authority, although strategically coherent in the short term, lack the adaptive flexibility necessary for long-term stability. In contrast, Zeus' leadership, grounded in coalition building, foresight, and the preservation of latent potential, exemplifies a model of authority that balances continuity with innovation. The narrative thereby communicates principles regarding the legitimacy of emergent power, the necessity of strategic adaptation, and the resolution of systemic tension. From an analytical perspective, the Titanomachy emphasizes the interplay between latent potential and active engagement. The conflict demonstrates that dormant or concealed elements, such as Zeus' siblings or specialized allies, can be mobilized to effect systemic transformation. This mirrors historical patterns in which previously marginalized individuals, groups, or technologies become critical agents of change when conditions align favorably. The narrative encodes the principle that the emergence of new authority depends not only on inherent capability, but also on timing, strategic deployment, and the orchestration of collaborative networks. The mythic conflict also illustrates the role of perseverance and endurance in systemic reorganization. The Titanomachy is often depicted as a prolonged, iterative struggle rather than a brief confrontation. This reflects early Greek recognition that transformational processes require sustained effort, iterative adjustment, and resilience in the face of opposition. The narrative communicates the principle that structural change is rarely immediate and that effective leadership entails the capacity to maintain coherence, morale, and strategic focus throughout extended periods of challenge. Another critical insight concerns the integration of environmental and spatial factors into the dynamics of conflict. The narrative frequently situates key events in geographically distinct or symbolically significant locations, highlighting the strategic importance of terrain, boundaries, and spatial advantage. This emphasizes early Greek awareness that success in both mythic and historical contests depends on the alignment of actors, capabilities, and environmental conditions. The Titanomachy thus encodes principles of situational awareness, resource optimization, and the importance of spatial intelligence in achieving strategic objectives. The narrative also underscores the consequences of generational succession on systemic equilibrium. The Titanomachy represents a necessary rebalancing, resolving the latent tensions generated during Cronus' reign and the prophetic anticipation of his displacement. Early Greek audiences would have recognized parallels in their own experiences with dynastic change, social turnover, and institutional reform. The conflict illustrates that transformation, while disruptive, is integral to the maintenance of long-term stability, legitimacy, and the continued functioning of complex systems. The myth thereby conveys a nuanced understanding of the interplay between disruption and order. The Titanomachy further emphasizes the conceptual dimension of conflict. Each participant embodies both a functional role and a symbolic principle, transforming the narrative into a vehicle for exploring complex ideas about authority, succession, and systemic organization. Titans represent entrenched structures, cyclical authority, and foundational forces, while Olympians personify adaptability, innovation, and strategic foresight. The resolution of the conflict illustrates that systemic renewal requires both confrontation and reconciliation, the integration of legacy structures with emergent principles, and the recognition of the interdependence between stability and change. The narrative structure of the Titanomachy also encodes lessons about coordination and sequencing. Victory is achieved not solely through individual prowess but through the precise alignment of complementary capacities, strategic timing, and coordinated effort. Early Greek audiences, familiar with the organizational challenges of communal labor, warfare, and resource management, would have interpreted these principles as broadly applicable. The myth demonstrates that systemic transformation requires structured planning, the orchestration of multiple actors, and the strategic deployment of latent potential. The conflict highlights the principle of proportional response and adaptation. Cronus' initial strategies, effective in preserving his immediate authority, prove inadequate when faced with a coalition capable of leveraging complementary strengths. The narrative communicates that authority and control are contingent upon flexibility, responsiveness, and the capacity to integrate new conditions into existing frameworks. The Titanomachy thereby encodes principles applicable to governance, leadership, and systemic management, illustrating the interplay between entrenched power and adaptive innovation. Another analytical insight involves the consequences of delay and foresight. The anticipation of eventual overthrow influences the behaviors of both Titans and Olympians, shaping the timing, intensity, and direction of engagement. This reflects early Greek recognition that strategic outcomes are dependent not only on capability, but also on the sequencing of action, anticipation of responses, and alignment of temporal dynamics. The narrative demonstrates that effective change is both intentional and temporally informed, incorporating foresight, planning, and adaptive strategy. The Titanomachy also introduces the concept of systemic resilience through redistribution of authority. The eventual victory of Zeus and his allies does not annihilate the Titans entirely, but reconfigures their roles within a new order, often assigning them to peripheral or functional domains such as Tartarus. This reflects early Greek appreciation for the need to balance continuity with transformation, preserving elements of legacy authority while establishing a coherent framework for new governance. The narrative emphasizes that effective systemic change integrates, rather than entirely eradicates, pre-existing structures. From a conceptual perspective, the Titanomachy embodies the principle that conflict is both a driver and a regulator of systemic evolution. The struggle resolves latent tensions, redefines hierarchies, and establishes new norms for authority, succession, and strategic coordination. Early Greek thinkers recognized that conflict, while disruptive, is often necessary to achieve sustainable reorganization and the alignment of systemic forces. The narrative thus encodes a sophisticated understanding of change management, leadership, and structural adaptation. The myth also illustrates the interplay between physical, strategic, and symbolic dimensions of conflict. While the narrative emphasizes combat and confrontation, it simultaneously conveys abstract principles regarding power, legitimacy, and generational succession. Each engagement, alliance, and maneuver reflects both narrative drama and conceptual logic, illustrating how myth functioned as a medium for exploring systemic dynamics. The Titanomachy thereby serves as both historical allegory and cosmological explanation, offering audiences a framework for understanding the mechanics of authority, succession, and systemic adaptation. The outcome of the Titanomachy establishes the Olympians as the new governing generation, consolidating authority under Zeus while preserving systemic coherence. This transition demonstrates that transformative success requires not only capability, but also strategic foresight, coordinated action, and the integration of latent potential. The myth communicates the principle that sustainable leadership is contingent upon both the effective resolution of conflict and the careful orchestration of succession, ensuring continuity while enabling innovation. Finally, the Titanomachy prepares the conceptual and narrative ground for subsequent developments in Greek cosmology, including the establishment of the Olympian hierarchy, the distribution of domains, and the structuring of divine authority in ways that reflect both innovation and continuity. The conflict provides a model for understanding generational change, systemic resilience, and the strategic management of latent potential, illustrating that structural transformation emerges from both confrontation and coordination. The Titanomachy thus occupies a critical position in Greek myth, bridging the consolidation of Cronus' reign and the establishment of Zeus' enduring authority while encoding lessons about power, succession, and the orchestration of complex systems. Following the conclusion of the Titanomachy, the establishment of Olympian rule represents a critical stage in Greek cosmology, marking the transition from generational conflict to structured governance. The victory of Zeus and his allies does not simply signify the replacement of one authority by another. It entails the creation of a coherent system of rule that balances power, assigns domains, and establishes hierarchies among the newly dominant deities. This process illustrates early Greek conceptualizations of leadership, organizational structure, and the integration of authority within both cosmic and social frameworks. The myth of the Olympians' establishment provides insight into principles of legitimacy, institutional design, and strategic allocation of responsibilities, reflecting patterns observable in human societies. The consolidation of power under Zeus begins with the distribution of domains among the victorious Olympians. Each deity receives authority over specific aspects of the cosmos, including natural elements, societal functions, and abstract principles. For example, Poseidon assumes dominion over the seas, Hades presides over the underworld, and Zeus governs the sky and the overarching order of divine authority. This allocation reflects an early Greek understanding of functional specialization, ensuring that each entity contributes to the coherent management of the system while maintaining a clear hierarchy. Such structuring mirrors human political and administrative organization, where the division of roles supports efficiency, predictability, and stability within complex institutions. The governance model established by the Olympians also emphasizes checks, balances, and interdependence. Although Zeus holds supreme authority, his rule is not unilateral or arbitrary. Decisions often involve consultation, negotiation, and the recognition of complementary responsibilities among deities. This suggests an early Greek conceptualization of leadership that balances centralized authority with distributed accountability. The narrative encodes the principle that sustainable governance requires coordination among multiple actors, adherence to functional roles, and respect for interdependent systems, lessons applicable to both mythic and real-world organizational structures. The myth further highlights the establishment of law, order, and societal norms under Olympian authority. Zeus, as the central figure, enforces rules governing both divine and human conduct, ensuring that actions align with cosmic principles and hierarchical expectations. This reflects early Greek recognition of the interconnection between authority, regulation, and systemic stability. By embedding normative structures within the narrative, the myth conveys that leadership entails not only the exercise of power, but also the maintenance of order, the enforcement of consistent rules, and the management of relational dynamics among subordinate actors. The allocation of responsibilities among Olympians also illustrates principles of specialization and expertise. Each deity embodies unique capabilities, powers, and insights, which they exercise within defined domains. This mirrors human understanding of organizational efficiency, where the division of labor allows for more effective management of complex systems. By codifying these roles within myth, early Greek storytellers provided audiences with a conceptual framework for understanding the interdependence of individual capacity, functional allocation, and systemic coherence. The Olympians' governance thus exemplifies the integration of talent, responsibility, and hierarchical oversight within a structured system. Another critical aspect of Olympian rule is the emphasis on succession planning and continuity. Unlike the previous generation, whose reign was disrupted by prophecy and latent tensions, the Olympians implement mechanisms that safeguard both authority and systemic resilience. Zeus' leadership exemplifies strategic foresight, as he prepares the environment and cultivates alliances to ensure that transitions of power remain orderly. This reflects early Greek recognition that stability depends not only on immediate authority, but also on the anticipation of future challenges, the protection of potential successors, and the careful orchestration of latent forces. The establishment of Olympian governance also underscores the integration of ethical and practical considerations. Zeus' authority is portrayed as both legitimate and functional, grounded in victory, strategic competence, and the maintenance of systemic balance. The narrative conveys that effective leadership requires moral credibility, strategic insight, and the capacity to manage complex relationships. Early Greek audiences would have understood this as a model for human leadership, illustrating the interdependence of capability, legitimacy, and the structural organization necessary to sustain long-term authority. The myth further explores the interaction between divine authority and human society. The Olympians' governance extends beyond the management of cosmic principles to encompass oversight of human affairs, including the regulation of justice, social norms, and environmental interactions. This connection reflects early Greek recognition that effective leadership operates across multiple domains, integrating environmental management, social regulation, and institutional authority. The narrative thereby encodes lessons about the responsibilities of leadership, the consequences of decision-making, and the systemic implications of hierarchical organization. An essential feature of Olympian governance is the establishment of conflict resolution mechanisms. Whereas the Titanomachy illustrates the necessity of open confrontation in systemic transition, the post-war organization emphasizes negotiation, role delineation, and structured authority to prevent the recurrence of large-scale disruption. This reflects early Greek understanding that sustainable governance depends on both the resolution of prior conflicts and the establishment of mechanisms to manage potential future tensions. The narrative communicates that authority is not merely imposed but maintained through structure, coordination, and the balancing of competing interests. The myth also emphasizes the importance of institutional memory and historical awareness. The Olympians' rule is informed by the experiences of previous generations, including the limitations and failures of the Titans. By integrating these lessons, the narrative illustrates the principle that effective governance requires reflection on prior outcomes, adaptation to systemic vulnerabilities, and the incorporation of historical insight into current management. Early Greek audiences would have recognized the relevance of this principle for human societies, where awareness of precedent, memory of conflict, and institutional learning are critical to long-term stability. The distribution of responsibilities among Olympians also reflects early Greek notions of proportionality and fairness in authority. Domains are allocated according to power, expertise, and strategic significance, creating a system in which authority is recognized as both hierarchical and functional. This mirrors human experiences with social and political organization, where roles and privileges are assigned to reflect competence, necessity, and contribution to collective stability. The narrative thereby encodes principles of equity, efficiency, and legitimacy within the framework of divine governance. The governance of the Olympians further illustrates the integration of environmental awareness into leadership. Deities are assigned domains corresponding to natural forces, sky, sea, underworld, fertility, and seasonal cycles, emphasizing the necessity of environmental regulation for systemic stability. This reflects early Greek recognition that leadership involves management of both human and natural resources, and that systemic coherence depends on understanding and coordinating environmental dynamics. By embedding these principles in myth, the narrative communicates the interdependence of authority, ecological awareness, and societal well-being. The establishment of the Olympian hierarchy also incorporates mechanisms for accountability and oversight. While Zeus holds ultimate authority, the narrative suggests that power is exercised within a framework of responsibility, consultation, and mutual recognition among deities. This mirrors early Greek concepts of balanced governance, in which central authority is supported by structured collaboration, role recognition, and systematic coordination. The myth encodes the principle that sustainable leadership requires both command and integration, combining centralized decision-making with distributed functionality. Another significant aspect of Olympian governance is the codification of continuity through ritual and symbolic practices. Sacrificial offerings, religious observances, and culturally prescribed interactions serve to reinforce authority, legitimize hierarchical structures, and stabilize relationships among deities and humans. This reflects early Greek understanding that governance is reinforced not only through strategic action, but also through symbolic and cultural mechanisms that ensure systemic coherence. By integrating ritual practice into the narrative, the myth communicates the interconnection between symbolic authority, institutional maintenance, and social order. The narrative further emphasizes the management of latent potential and subordinate forces. Titans who survive the Titanomachy are assigned controlled domains, often in peripheral or restrictive locations, reflecting the need to integrate residual power into the new order. This illustrates early Greek awareness that systemic stability requires the containment, coordination, and regulation of previously disruptive elements. Effective governance, the myth suggests, balances consolidation with flexibility, integration with oversight, and innovation with respect for legacy structures. The establishment of Olympian rule also conveys lessons regarding strategic communication and relational management. Zeus' authority is reinforced through both direct actions and the cultivation of alliances, emphasizing the importance of social capital, negotiation, and relational influence in sustaining systemic order. This mirrors early Greek recognition of the interpersonal and network dimensions of leadership, highlighting that authority relies not only on formal structures, but also on the management of relationships and the coordination of interdependent actors. The narrative additionally underscores the dynamic interaction between stability and innovation. The Olympians' rule preserves elements of prior cosmic order while introducing new structures, practices, and roles that enable adaptive governance. This principle mirrors early Greek observations of societal evolution, in which continuity is maintained through selective preservation, while innovation ensures systemic resilience and responsiveness. The myth conveys that sustainable authority balances tradition with reform, integrating historical precedent with strategic adaptation to evolving conditions. The governance established by the Olympians also reinforces the principle of systemic resilience. By structuring roles, assigning domains, and coordinating responsibilities, Zeus ensures that the system can absorb shocks, manage emergent threats, and accommodate future change. This reflects early Greek understanding that durable governance depends on redundancy, functional specialization, and the integration of latent potential. The narrative communicates that systemic stability is both proactive and adaptive, requiring continuous attention to hierarchy, relationships, and environmental conditions. Finally, the establishment of Olympian governance sets the stage for the consolidation of culture, law, and human interaction under divine oversight. The structural organization of authority enables the orderly administration of natural, social, and cosmic domains, providing a framework within which subsequent developments in mythology, ritual, and societal norms can occur. The narrative demonstrates that effective leadership is characterized by strategic allocation of responsibility, coordination of complementary forces, preservation of systemic memory, and the integration of legacy and innovation. Olympian rule, therefore, represents both the culmination of generational struggle and the foundation for sustained cosmic and societal order. In summary, the establishment of Olympian governance illustrates early Greek conceptualizations of leadership as a structured, multidimensional system that integrates authority, specialization, oversight, strategic foresight, and relational management. The narrative conveys principles of legitimacy, continuity, systemic coherence, and adaptive capacity, providing a model for understanding the dynamics of both cosmic and human governance. By codifying these principles within myth, early Greek thinkers created a framework for interpreting authority, succession, and systemic stability, linking the lessons of generational transition to broader reflections on order, resilience, and strategic coordination. The period following the establishment of Olympian rule represents a phase of significant cultural flourishing, reflecting both the stabilization of cosmic authority and the integration of new frameworks of social, artistic, and intellectual expression. Under Zeus' leadership, and supported by the coordinated governance of the Olympian pantheon, Greek mythology describes an era in which order, stability, and systematic oversight facilitate the development of cultural, religious, and societal structures. This stage is not merely a narrative embellishment, but serves as a reflection of early Greek understanding of the interplay between authority, creativity, and the consolidation of knowledge. The flourishing of culture under Olympian influence demonstrates that systemic stability provides the conditions necessary for the emergence of art, ritual, and social codification. One of the principal aspects of this cultural flourishing is the codification of religious practice and ritual. The Olympians, each with defined domains and specialized authority, become the central figures around whom worship, offerings, and ceremonial observances are structured. Zeus' position as chief deity ensures the overarching integration of ritual practices, while subordinate deities receive dedicated cultic attention reflecting their spheres of influence, such as Poseidon's veneration by sailors and Hades' associations with the underworld. Archaeological evidence, including temple foundations, inscriptions, and votive offerings, corroborates the development of organized religious systems during periods consistent with early Greek cultural consolidation. These practices reflect not only devotional intent, but also a structured social framework in which moral, legal, and communal norms are reinforced through symbolic and ritual activity. The codification of ritual under the Olympians also reflects early Greek awareness of the relationship between symbolic authority and societal cohesion. By structuring religious observances around the governance of cosmic domains, the myth demonstrates that cultural stability is supported by shared understanding and coordinated action. Ritual practices function as mechanisms for reinforcing hierarchical authority, transmitting knowledge, and facilitating cooperation among diverse social groups. This principle mirrors historical observations of early Mediterranean communities, where centralized religious observances helped organize collective labor, manage resources, and establish shared ethical frameworks. The Olympian model emphasizes the integration of authority, ritual, and social coordination as essential components of cultural flourishing. Artistic development is another key feature of the period following Olympian consolidation. The mythic framework situates the Olympians as patrons and symbols of aesthetic achievement, with deities associated with music, craftsmanship, poetry, and innovation. For example, Hephaestus embodies technological and artisanal expertise, while Apollo represents musical and poetic inspiration. The allocation of cultural domains to specific deities reflects early Greek recognition that specialization enables the development of excellence, both in divine and human contexts. Artistic expression under Olympian influence is thereby integrated into a broader system of hierarchical and functional organization, reinforcing the connection between structured authority and creative output. Literature and oral storytelling also benefit from the stability provided by Olympian governance. The narratives surrounding gods, heroes, and human interaction become increasingly codified, transmitting shared cultural values, historical reflection, and lessons about governance, ethics, and strategic action. This codification serves both pedagogical and integrative functions. It educates audiences about normative behaviors, demonstrates the consequences of individual and collective actions, and preserves historical and mythic memory. Early Greek communities would have recognized the dual role of literature as both entertainment and instruction, reinforcing social cohesion while reflecting on systemic principles derived from generational transitions and hierarchical management. The flourishing of culture under Olympian oversight is further evident in the development of technological and organizational innovations. Mythic narratives describe divine intervention in the advancement of tools, navigation, architecture, and agriculture. Hephaestus' craftsmanship and Athena's strategic insights exemplify the integration of expertise into systemic development. From an anthropological perspective, these myths reflect early Greek recognition that cultural and technological progress occurs most effectively under conditions of stability, resource availability, and coordinated oversight. By linking innovation to the structured rule of the Olympians, the narrative conveys that creativity, ingenuity, and technical advancement are dependent upon broader frameworks of authority and organizational coherence. The integration of ethical frameworks into cultural practices is another critical aspect of this period. Under the oversight of Zeus and the Olympians, moral principles such as justice, reciprocity, and societal responsibility are codified in both narrative and ritual. These principles inform human behavior, social interaction, and communal governance, reflecting early Greek awareness of the necessity of normative structures for social stability. By embedding these ethical frameworks in myth and ritual, the Olympians serve as both enforcers and exemplars, illustrating the interconnectedness of authority, morality, and cultural cohesion. This codification of ethics contributes to systemic resilience by establishing shared expectations and mechanisms for dispute resolution. The period also sees a formalization of calendar systems, seasonal observances, and agricultural cycles under divine oversight. Deities associated with natural forces, fertility, and seasonal change, including Demeter and Dionysus, play central roles in organizing time and facilitating agricultural productivity. These associations reflect early Greek recognition that cultural, economic, and social systems are intimately linked to environmental cycles. By situating human activity within a regulated temporal framework, the mythic narrative conveys principles of planning, coordination, and adaptive management. Cultural flourishing is thus reinforced by the structured integration of environmental, social, and divine governance. Education and the transmission of knowledge also expand under Olympian influence. Myths convey lessons about strategic foresight, ethical behavior, and social cooperation, providing models for emerging social norms and cognitive frameworks. The Olympians' oversight ensures that these narratives are preserved and transmitted, forming the basis for formal and informal pedagogical practices. The preservation of knowledge through oral and eventually written traditions allows communities to internalize systemic principles, plan for generational transitions, and coordinate collective action. This illustrates early Greek recognition that cultural stability and progress depend on both structural authority and the dissemination of knowledge. Economic and technological activity also benefits from the stability provided by Olympian rule. Mythic narratives describe the allocation of resources, the organization of labor, and the management of crafts and trade. By linking these processes to divine oversight, the narrative communicates the principle that systemic coordination enhances productivity, reduces conflict, and enables complex societal development. Early Greek observers would have recognized parallels in their own communities, where organized labor, resource management, and technological specialization were essential for societal flourishing. The mythic framework integrates these elements, reinforcing the connection between governance, cultural achievement, and societal resilience. The establishment of Olympian order also facilitates the emergence of civic organization and political structures in human societies. Mythic principles of hierarchy, consultation, and strategic coordination are mirrored in early city-states, where authority is exercised within structured frameworks of responsibility and accountability. Zeus governance provides a conceptual model for balancing centralized leadership with distributed roles, illustrating early Greek understanding that systemic stability is achieved through structured interaction between leaders, intermediaries, and the broader community. The cultural flourishing associated with Olympian rule is therefore not limited to artistic or religious achievements, but extends to social, political, and institutional development. Furthermore, the narratives convey the interplay between risk management and innovation. The stability of Olympian authority allows for experimentation, exploration, and the expansion of human capabilities, reflecting early Greek recognition that systemic resilience enables creative and technological progress. By protecting latent potential, ensuring functional oversight, and coordinating diverse actors, the myth demonstrates that stability and innovation are mutually reinforcing. Cultural flourishing under Olympian influence is thus presented as both a consequence of and a contribution to structured governance, reinforcing the principles of resilience, foresight, and adaptive coordination. The period of cultural flourishing also highlights the intergenerational transmission of knowledge and authority. Myths emphasize the continuity of principles established by the Olympians, including ethical norms, ritual practices, and strategic frameworks for leadership. This transmission ensures that systemic stability is maintained across generations while providing a foundation for incremental innovation. Early Greek audiences would have understood the importance of this continuity for social cohesion, effective governance, and long-term cultural development. The narrative encodes lessons about the preservation of institutional memory, the mentoring of successors, and the strategic management of generational transition. Another significant dimension is the integration of moral, artistic, and functional domains. The Olympians' rule demonstrates that effective governance encompasses not only legal and political authority, but also cultural, artistic, and ethical stewardship. By coordinating these domains, the narrative conveys a model of holistic leadership, where authority is exercised through multiple channels to ensure systemic coherence, societal engagement, and cultural vitality. This integration illustrates early Greek recognition that cultural achievement and systemic stability are mutually reinforcing, each enabling and sustaining the other over time. The mythic framework also emphasizes strategic adaptation to environmental, social, and systemic conditions. Cultural flourishing occurs not in isolation but through the alignment of creative activity, ritual practice, and social organization with natural cycles, resource availability, and hierarchical oversight. The Olympian structured authority ensures that human and divine activity operates in concert, minimizing systemic disruption while promoting innovation and coordinated effort. This principle mirrors early Greek understanding of adaptive management, highlighting the importance of aligning organizational structures with environmental and social realities. Finally, the period of cultural flourishing under Olympian influence lays the foundation for enduring Greek intellectual, artistic, and social traditions. By codifying hierarchical authority, allocating specialized roles, integrating ritual and ethical frameworks, and coordinating systemic resources, the Olympians provide the conditions necessary for sustained human development. The narrative illustrates that cultural achievement is inseparable from stable governance, strategic foresight, and the preservation of latent potential. The flourishing of art, ritual, literature, and social norms under Olympian oversight reflects the interdependence of authority, creativity, and systemic coherence, establishing a framework within which subsequent developments in Greek civilization can emerge and endure. In summary, cultural flourishing under Olympian influence represents a period in which stability, coordination, and hierarchical governance enable the expansion of artistic, religious, technological, and social achievements. The narrative demonstrates that systemic resilience, strategic foresight, and the integration of latent potential are prerequisites for sustained development. By codifying roles, regulating behavior, and coordinating both divine and human activity, the Olympians provide a model for understanding the interrelationship between authority, creativity, and cultural progress. This stage of Greek mythology illustrates how structured governance facilitates innovation, preserves continuity, and fosters enduring societal and cultural achievement. Following the initial establishment of Olympian rule, the period is marked not only by cultural flourishing, but also by a series of conflicts, challenges, and consolidation processes that test and define the boundaries of authority. While the victory of Zeus and the Olympians established the overarching hierarchy, maintaining systemic stability requires ongoing management of both internal and external pressures. These episodes demonstrate early Greek conceptualizations of authority as a dynamic process, contingent upon negotiation, enforcement, and the strategic integration of subordinate forces. This stage of myth highlights the interplay between power, legitimacy, and the practical challenges inherent in sustaining governance over a diverse and complex system. One of the principal challenges faced by the Olympians arises from the remnants of Titan power. Although many Titans were confined to Tartarus or peripheral domains, their continued existence represents latent opposition and a potential source of disruption. The Olympians' approach to these residual forces reflects early Greek notions of strategic containment and controlled integration. By restricting the Titans' capacity for independent action while preserving them within structured domains, Zeus establishes a system that neutralizes immediate threats without eradicating elements of the previous generation entirely. This approach illustrates an early awareness that durable authority relies on balancing suppression with regulated autonomy, a principle observable in both mythic narratives and historical governance practices. The consolidation of authority also involves internal regulation among the Olympians themselves. Each deity possesses specialized powers and autonomy within their respective domains, necessitating coordination to ensure systemic coherence. Zeus' role as the supreme authority requires both oversight and mediation, addressing potential conflicts of interest, disputes over influence, and competing ambitions. This dynamic reflects early Greek understanding of hierarchical governance as a process requiring ongoing negotiation, clarification of roles, and reinforcement of collective goals. The myth communicates that authority is not static but must be actively maintained through structured coordination, strategic intervention, and the careful balancing of power among actors. Military and strategic challenges form another dimension of consolidation. Mythic narratives describe conflicts with external adversaries, including rebellious entities, monstrous forces, and rival divine factions. These encounters underscore the need for both proactive defense and strategic intervention to preserve systemic stability. Zeus and the Olympians employ coordinated tactics, the strategic deployment of specialized abilities, and the integration of latent forces to address these challenges. From a conceptual perspective, these narratives convey early Greek insights into risk management, strategic planning, and the allocation of resources in the maintenance of authority. The myth highlights that leadership entails not only initial conquest, but also sustained vigilance and adaptive responsiveness. The integration of subordinate or peripheral forces is a recurring theme in the consolidation of authority. Figures such as the Cyclopes, Centamenes, and minor deities are mobilized to reinforce systemic stability, provide specialized support, and ensure the maintenance of hierarchical coherence. This integration reflects early Greek recognition that governance is optimized through the orchestration of diverse capabilities, aligning individual strengths with collective objectives. The narrative emphasizes that sustainable authority is contingent upon effective coordination, strategic deployment of latent potential, and the careful management of both allies and formerly adversarial elements. Relational dynamics within the Olympian hierarchy also require ongoing attention. Alliances, familial connections, and interpersonal influence shape the distribution of power, access to resources, and the capacity to implement systemic policies. Zeus' ability to navigate these relationships underscores the importance of both authority and diplomacy in consolidating rule. The narrative illustrates that effective governance relies not solely on coercive power, but also on relational intelligence, negotiation, and the strategic alignment of interests. Early Greek audiences would have recognized these dynamics as reflective of political and social organization within human communities. Challenges also emerge from the interaction between divine authority and human society. The Olympians are responsible for regulating human behavior, establishing norms, and enforcing ethical frameworks. Conflicts arise when humans act contrary to divine expectations, requiring intervention through punishment, instruction, or corrective action. These narratives demonstrate early Greek awareness of the interdependence between leadership, normative enforcement, and the stability of complex systems. By linking divine oversight to human conduct, the myth conveys principles of governance that integrate ethical guidance, regulatory intervention, and the preservation of systemic order. The myth further highlights the role of foresight and strategic planning in the consolidation of authority. Zeus' leadership emphasizes anticipation of potential challenges, preparation of contingencies, and proactive management of both internal and external threats. This approach reflects early Greek understanding that stable governance is not reactive, but strategically oriented, integrating knowledge of past experience, awareness of latent risks, and the coordination of complementary capabilities. The narrative illustrates that authority is reinforced through deliberate planning, ongoing assessment, and the adaptive management of dynamic conditions. Conflict resolution mechanisms are central to the maintenance of authority. The Olympians employ negotiation, mediation, and structured hierarchies to address disputes among themselves and with external entities. This highlights the early Greek recognition that sustainable leadership requires both enforcement and facilitation, balancing coercive power with structured communication and coordinated decision-making. The myth illustrates that consolidation of authority is an ongoing process, dependent upon mechanisms that integrate conflict management, role clarification, and the reinforcement of systemic norms. The narratives also underscore the significance of symbolic authority in consolidating rule. Ritual, ceremonial observance, and the codification of social and ethical norms reinforce hierarchical relationships and stabilize the broader system. These practices serve as tools for legitimacy, communicating both status and expectation while creating shared frameworks for action. By integrating symbolic practices with practical governance, the Olympians' consolidation strategies demonstrate early Greek awareness of the importance of perception, cultural reinforcement, and ritualized affirmation in sustaining authority. Another aspect of consolidation involves the containment of extraordinary forces and unpredictable phenomena. Mythic narratives describe challenges posed by monstrous entities, natural catastrophes, and disruptive cosmic elements. The Olympians' capacity to regulate these phenomena reflects an early Greek understanding that authority is not only relational, but also operational, encompassing the management of risk, environmental conditions, and systemic contingencies. The narrative conveys the principle that durable governance integrates both the control of subordinate actors and the regulation of broader environmental and systemic variables. The period also emphasizes the stabilization of intergenerational authority. Lessons from the Titanomachy and previous cycles of conflict inform strategies for long-term governance, including the preservation of latent potential, the allocation of responsibilities, and the reinforcement of hierarchical roles. These measures ensure continuity while preventing the recurrence of destabilizing conflicts. The narrative demonstrates that consolidation is both preventive and corrective, balancing the maintenance of existing structures with adaptive strategies for future resilience. Strategic alliances, both within the Olympian hierarchy and with external actors, further reinforce authority. The narrative depicts coordinated action, reciprocal obligations, and the mobilization of complementary capabilities as central to maintaining systemic coherence. This reflects early Greek recognition that governance and power are relational constructs, dependent upon networks of support, coordination, and shared investment in stability. By highlighting these interactions, the myth communicates principles of coalition building, resource alignment, and strategic integration as essential components of durable rule. The mythic framework also illustrates the importance of continuous monitoring and evaluation. Zeus and the Olympians assess the outcomes of previous actions, adjust strategies based on observed consequences, and refine the distribution of authority to respond to emerging challenges. This iterative process reflects early Greek insights into adaptive management, demonstrating that effective governance is a dynamic, ongoing process rather than a one-time accomplishment. The narrative encodes the principle that authority must be actively maintained, evaluated, and adjusted to ensure long-term systemic stability. Additionally, the consolidation of authority involves the integration of ethical principles into systemic management. Narratives emphasize justice, reciprocity, and proportionality in both divine and human contexts. These ethical frameworks serve to legitimize authority, guide decision-making, and maintain relational cohesion. Early Greek audiences would have interpreted these principles as foundational to effective governance, illustrating that moral and procedural integrity are integral to the exercise of power. The myth demonstrates that sustainable authority requires both ethical grounding and functional capability. The challenges faced by the Olympians also highlight the role of resilience and adaptability in governance. The system must withstand unexpected disruptions, internal disputes, and environmental variability while maintaining coherence and stability. By depicting the Olympian strategic responses, myth conveys that authority is reinforced not only through initial victory, but also through the capacity to manage ongoing complexity. This principle mirrors early Greek observations of political and social systems, emphasizing the interdependence of strength, flexibility, and strategic oversight. Consolidation also involves the establishment of structured communication and coordination mechanisms. The narrative describes the Olympians as both independent actors within defined domains and interdependent participants within a broader hierarchical system. Effective authority relies on coordination, consultation, and alignment of objectives, demonstrating early Greek awareness of organizational principles applicable to both divine and human systems. The myth illustrates that leadership is reinforced through relational management, structured information flows, and strategic collaboration. The period of consolidation is further characterized by the integration of symbolic, cultural, and social practices to reinforce authority. Festivals, offerings, and mythic storytelling communicate hierarchical norms, celebrate achievements, and maintain collective memory. These practices operate as both reinforcement mechanisms and instructional tools, aligning individual behavior with systemic expectations. The narrative emphasizes that the consolidation of authority is multidimensional, integrating practical management, relational coordination, and cultural affirmation. Finally, The consolidation of authority under the Olympians sets the stage for long-term systemic stability and the subsequent phases of cultural, religious, and societal development. By managing internal dynamics, integrating residual threats, coordinating strategic resources, and reinforcing ethical and symbolic frameworks, Zeus and his allies establish a durable model of governance. This period demonstrates early Greek recognition that authority is not static but maintained through continuous oversight, strategic integration, and adaptive management, forming the foundation for enduring order and structured societal growth. In summary, the conflicts, challenges, and consolidation of authority following the establishment of Olympian rule illustrate the complex interplay of strategic, relational, ethical, and symbolic dimensions in sustaining governance. The myth encodes principles of risk management, coalition building, adaptive oversight, and systemic integration, demonstrating that durable authority relies on both initial conquest and ongoing maintenance. By coordinating internal hierarchies, managing external threats, and integrating cultural and ethical frameworks, the Olympians provide a conceptual model for long-term stability, resilience, and effective governance, reinforcing the broader trajectory of Greek mythological and societal evolution. Following the consolidation of Olympian authority, the narrative of Greek mythology emphasizes the gradual decline of Titan influence and the transition to new cosmic, societal, and cultural orders. While the Titans were once dominant forces, their defeat in the Titanomachy and subsequent confinement to Tartarus or restricted domains initiated a process of marginalization, containment, and functional reassignment. This stage is critical for understanding the establishment of long-term stability, the mechanisms of authority reinforcement, and the emergence of structured hierarchies that would shape subsequent mythic and cultural developments. The decline of the Titans is not abrupt or total, but represents a deliberate process of systemic integration, ensuring that residual power does not destabilize the newly established order. The process of Titan marginalization begins with their confinement to Tartarus, a symbolic and functional space designed to isolate potentially disruptive elements from the primary sphere of Olympian governance. This confinement serves multiple purposes. It neutralizes immediate threats, provides a controlled environment for residual powers, and preserves latent potential that can be incorporated into the broader system when necessary. The myth reflects an early Greek conceptualization of risk management and containment strategies, illustrating that durable authority depends not only on the exercise of power, but also on the strategic regulation of residual forces. The Titans' continued existence, albeit restricted, provides a mechanism for balancing systemic stability with the recognition of historical precedent. The reassignment of domains and responsibilities further contributes to the decline of Titan influence. Many Titans are allocated specific, functional roles within the new order, such as the management of natural phenomena, temporal cycles, or peripheral aspects of cosmic authority. This reallocation demonstrates early Greek insights into role specialization and functional governance, highlighting that authority can be retained in a regulated form while systemic coherence is maintained. By assigning residual powers to defined responsibilities, the Olympians effectively integrate potential sources of disruption into the operational framework of the new hierarchy, reinforcing stability and continuity. A key component of this transition is the codification of hierarchical relationships between the Titans and Olympians. The narrative emphasizes clear delineations of authority, boundaries of influence, and protocols for interaction. Titans retain knowledge, capability, and symbolic significance, but are subordinated to the centralized authority of Zeus and his allies. This structured hierarchy mirrors early Greek observations of political and social organization, where subordinate elites or previously dominant groups are incorporated into new power arrangements to maintain systemic stability and prevent recurrence of conflict. The myth communicates that durable authority is achieved not solely through conquest, but through structured integration and relational management. The decline of Titan influence also intersects with the expansion of Olympian governance into new cultural, social, and religious domains. As the Titans' direct authority wanes, the Olympians assert control over human activity, ritual practice, and environmental oversight. Zeus' supreme authority, supported by the distribution of domains among his allies, facilitates coordinated regulation across diverse spheres of influence. This transition illustrates early Greek recognition of the interdependence between central authority, specialized management, and the integration of subordinate or residual forces. By establishing clear lines of influence and reinforcing hierarchical coherence, the Olympians enabled both cultural flourishing and systemic resilience. The mythic narrative also emphasizes the management of potential resistance and rebellion. Although Titans are constrained, their latent capabilities remain a potential source of disruption. The Olympians employ a combination of strategic oversight, environmental control, and functional assignment to mitigate risk. This approach reflects early Greek understanding that durable authority requires ongoing vigilance, adaptive management, and the balancing of coercion with regulated autonomy. The narrative demonstrates that the decline of former power holders is both a process of marginalization and a strategy for ensuring systemic stability, emphasizing foresight, coordination, and proactive governance. In addition to structural containment, the myth highlights the symbolic and moral dimensions of Titan decline. Their defeat and marginalization serve as a cautionary framework, illustrating the consequences of resistance to emergent authority and the necessity of strategic adaptation. This aspect conveys early Greek recognition that the establishment of legitimate governance involves not only practical control, but also the reinforcement of social and moral norms. The narrative communicates that authority is legitimized through both demonstrated capability and the consistent enforcement of systemic principles, linking the decline of previous powers to the broader maintenance of order and normative coherence. The transition to new orders also involves the redistribution of knowledge, resources, and strategic capabilities. Titans who previously exercised extensive influence are reassigned to functional roles that preserve their expertise while limiting their capacity to challenge central authority. This redistribution ensures that the system benefits from the retained knowledge and capabilities of prior generations while preventing destabilizing competition. The narrative illustrates early Greek insights into resource management, knowledge integration, and the strategic allocation of capability, demonstrating that systemic resilience depends upon both the preservation and the reorientation of latent power. A central feature of this stage is the establishment of long-term governance protocols. The Olympians implement structured mechanisms to maintain authority, resolve disputes, and coordinate action among deities and subordinate forces. By embedding rules, hierarchies, and operational boundaries within the system, the narrative communicates principles of organizational design, systemic oversight, and the integration of historical lessons. The decline of Titan influence is thus accompanied by the codification of operational norms, ensuring that the new order is resilient, predictable, and capable of managing both internal and external challenges. The myth also addresses the integration of cultural and symbolic authority. Although Titans are marginalized, their presence continues to shape ritual practice, mythic storytelling, and symbolic frameworks. This ongoing relevance reflects early Greek awareness that even diminished or constrained entities retain cultural significance and can influence perception, behavior, and social cohesion. By incorporating the Titans into symbolic and functional roles, the narrative maintains continuity with the past while reinforcing the supremacy and legitimacy of the new hierarchical structure. Environmental and cosmic oversight is another domain in which the transition manifests. Titans previously associated with fundamental natural forces are reassigned under Olympian supervision, ensuring coordinated management of the cosmos. This reflects early Greek understanding that systemic governance requires both authority over actors and regulation of environmental conditions. The integration of Titans into controlled roles illustrates that effective management balances containment, oversight, and the strategic utilization of latent power, ensuring long-term stability and operational coherence. The decline of Titan influence also has pedagogical and ethical implications. Their marginalization reinforces principles of succession, strategic foresight, and adaptation to emergent authority. The narrative conveys that resistance to systemic change, while potentially formidable, ultimately requires either strategic integration or containment. This stage communicates lessons regarding the management of legacy powers, the strategic coordination of actors, and the ethical dimensions of leadership and authority, providing a framework for understanding both cosmic and human governance. The narrative further emphasizes the gradual nature of transition. Unlike abrupt or total eradication, the decline of Titan influence unfolds over time, reflecting the deliberate application of oversight, reassignment, and monitoring. This gradualism illustrates early Greek recognition that systemic stability is reinforced through incremental management, continuous assessment, and adaptive adjustment rather than immediate or violent elimination of residual powers. The myth demonstrates that sustainable authority requires patience, strategic sequencing, and the careful orchestration of change across temporal and functional domains. The consolidation of new orders also involves integrating residual Titan authority into cosmological and human frameworks. By embedding their influence in specialized roles, environmental regulation, and symbolic functions, the narrative ensures that prior structures contribute to the coherence and resilience of the new system. This integration highlights early Greek awareness of continuity and adaptation, demonstrating that effective governance preserves useful legacy structures while neutralizing potential threats. The decline of Titan influence is therefore both a process of marginalization and an exercise in strategic reorganization. Additionally, the myth emphasizes monitoring and feedback mechanisms. The Olympians actively observe the consequences of reassignments, the behavior of marginalized Titans, and the coordination of cosmic and social systems. This oversight reflects early Greek insights into adaptive governance, illustrating that authority is maintained through observation, assessment, and corrective action. The narrative communicates that durable transitions require ongoing attention, strategic evaluation, and iterative adjustments to ensure stability and prevent the resurgence of disruptive forces. The decline of Titan influence also enables the emergence of new social, cultural, and mythic orders. With the reduction of previous dominance, Olympians consolidate authority, expand their cultural reach, and establish frameworks for ethical, ritual, and artistic practice. This transition allows for the development of complex societal norms, codified traditions, and structured hierarchies that reinforce both divine and human order. The narrative demonstrates that systemic transformation involves both the reduction of prior power and the creation of conditions conducive to cultural and institutional growth. Furthermore, the myth illustrates the interplay between continuity and innovation. Titans, though diminished, contribute to the preservation of historical knowledge, cosmic functions, and symbolic meaning, while the Olympians establish new governance, cultural norms, and social structures. This integration ensures that the system benefits from prior experience while enabling adaptation to new circumstances. Early Greek thinkers would have interpreted this as a model for balancing legacy with innovation, illustrating that effective transitions preserve continuity without impeding progress. The symbolic marginalization of Titans also reinforces the moral and ethical foundations of governance. Their decline demonstrates the consequences of resistance, the necessity of adaptation, and the legitimacy of emergent authority. By codifying these lessons, the narrative communicates principles applicable to human leadership, social organization, and institutional management. Authority is both legitimized and stabilized through the careful integration, containment, and reallocation of previously dominant forces, ensuring systemic coherence and long-term resilience. The transition to new orders further emphasizes strategic communication and relational coordination. Olympians maintain authority by structuring roles, clarifying responsibilities, and managing interactions among deities and subordinate entities. This relational management reflects early Greek recognition that effective governance is both hierarchical and collaborative, dependent upon structured relationships, negotiation, and the alignment of objectives. The narrative conveys that authority is actively maintained through coordination, strategic planning, and adaptive engagement with residual powers. Finally, the decline of Titan influence and the transition to new orders establishes a durable framework for subsequent mythic, cultural, and societal developments. By neutralizing potential threats, reallocating functional roles, and reinforcing hierarchical coherence, the Olympians create conditions for stability, resilience, and systemic growth. The narrative demonstrates that authority, culture, and institutional order are interdependent, and that the effective management of residual power is essential for long-term governance. This stage prepares the mythic and social landscape for subsequent developments in cultural flourishing, ethical codification, and systemic expansion, reflecting the dynamic interplay between legacy, innovation, and enduring order. In summary, the decline of Titan influence and the transition to new orders illustrate the strategic, functional, and ethical mechanisms through which emergent authority is reinforced, residual power is managed, and systemic stability is achieved. The narrative emphasizes containment, reassignment, hierarchical integration, and adaptive oversight as central to sustaining durable governance. By coordinating latent forces, integrating legacy knowledge, and establishing operational norms, the Olympians provide a model for understanding transitions of authority, the management of residual influence, and the creation of resilient systems, linking mythic narrative to broader principles of organizational and societal evolution. The legacy of the classical Titans extends far beyond their immediate mythic defeat and the consolidation of Olympian authority, shaping the cultural, philosophical, and symbolic frameworks of Greek civilization for centuries to come. While the Titans no longer exercised direct power, their influence persisted through narrative, symbolism, and conceptual frameworks that informed Greek understanding of cosmic order, ethical principles, human behavior, and the dynamics of authority. The enduring significance of the Titans lies not in their dominance, but in their functional and symbolic integration into the new order, providing a continuous thread linking generational change, ethical reflection, and the codification of systemic principles. One of the principal aspects of Titan legacy is the preservation of historical and genealogical knowledge. The Titans, as primordial forces, represent an earlier stage in the organization of the cosmos, embodying fundamental principles of natural law, environmental cycles, and cosmic balance. Their stories encode early Greek attempts to understand causality, continuity, and the relationships between generational succession and systemic change. This knowledge becomes a reference point for the Olympians, human society, and subsequent cultural interpretation, illustrating the principle that even marginalized or defeated powers retain structural and pedagogical significance. The Titans' existence as both ancestral figures and residual forces reinforces continuity across mythic, philosophical, and ethical domains. The symbolic function of the Titans also reinforces Greek understanding of authority and governance. Their defeat illustrates the consequences of resistance to emergent power while simultaneously preserving their expertise, knowledge, and capabilities within controlled frameworks. This duality conveys early Greek recognition that the exercise of authority is inseparable from ethical, functional, and strategic considerations. Titans serve as exemplars of both potential disruption and latent utility, demonstrating that influence may persist even under conditions of marginalization. The narrative communicates principles relevant to human governance, including the importance of balancing coercion with integration, authority with oversight, and innovation with continuity. Cultural and artistic influence is another significant dimension of Titan legacy. Many Titans are associated with specific domains, such as Helios with the sun, Oceanus with the waters, and Cronus with temporal cycles, which became enduring motifs in Greek art, literature, and ritual. These associations provided early Greek communities with conceptual frameworks for representing natural phenomena, organizing temporal understanding, and codifying symbolic meaning. Through visual, narrative, and ritual expression, the Titans contributed to the development of Greek cultural literacy, providing a symbolic vocabulary that informed subsequent creative production, philosophical inquiry, and social understanding. Their enduring presence within cultural consciousness illustrates the persistent relevance of foundational mythic structures even after shifts in political or cosmic authority. The Titans' legacy also informs ethical and philosophical discourse. Their narratives offer paradigms of action, consequence, and systemic interaction, illustrating the interplay between power, ambition, and responsibility. The mythic depiction of Titan behavior, including both success and failure, provides a framework for reflecting on human conduct, governance, and societal organization. Early Greek thinkers drew upon these narratives to explore concepts such as justice, succession, prudence, and restraint, highlighting the role of myth as a medium for ethical reasoning and social instruction. The Titans' continued symbolic relevance underscores the enduring integration of myth, philosophy, and practical reflection within Greek intellectual tradition. The transition from Titan to Olympian dominance further amplifies their role as comparative reference points. By observing the functional, relational, and strategic differences between these generations, Greek audiences could explore principles of leadership, authority, and systemic coordination. The Titans' legacy becomes a lens through which the structure, efficiency, and ethical dimensions of Olympian governance are evaluated. This comparative framework informs the broader understanding of organizational dynamics, succession, and adaptation, providing a foundation for later philosophical inquiry into the nature of power, the role of precedent, and the ethical dimensions of leadership. The Titans also contributed to the codification of natural and cosmic order. Their association with elemental forces, celestial bodies, and temporal structures provided early Greek society with frameworks for understanding environmental cycles, the organization of space, and the regulation of time. These conceptualizations informed practical activities, including agriculture, navigation, and calendar systems, linking mythic narrative to human experience. By maintaining a symbolic presence within these systems, the Titans functioned as both regulatory archetypes and pedagogical instruments, reinforcing the integration of natural understanding into cultural and societal practices. Religious and ritualistic practices further attest to the enduring influence of the Titans. While the Olympians became the primary objects of worship and ritual, Titans continued to occupy functional and symbolic roles within cultic observances. Their presence in festivals, seasonal rites, and ceremonial storytelling reflects early Greek recognition that cultural and religious systems are reinforced through continuity, even when prior authorities are subordinated. This ongoing ritual relevance demonstrates the capacity of marginalized or residual powers to shape ethical, social, and cognitive frameworks across generations, highlighting the interplay between narrative, symbolism, and institutional practice. The Titans' legacy also informs Greek conceptualizations of temporal progression and generational dynamics. The narratives of succession, conflict, and resolution encode lessons about the cyclical nature of authority, the management of latent potential, and the ethical dimensions of leadership transitions. These principles provided early Greek audiences with interpretive frameworks for understanding both human and cosmic processes, offering insights into succession planning, the allocation of responsibility, and the integration of legacy knowledge into functional governance. The Titans' enduring presence thus bridges generational understanding, linking past experience to contemporary structures of authority. Philosophical inquiry in subsequent Greek thought frequently drew upon Titan narratives as archetypal illustrations of systemic principles, ethical dilemmas, and cosmic relationships. Pre-Socratic thinkers and later classical philosophers referenced these mythic structures to explore causality, balance, and the interrelation of natural and human systems. The Titans, as embodiments of fundamental forces, offered models for abstract reasoning about structure, hierarchy, and the principles governing order and change. Their mythic presence provided a rich substrate for intellectual exploration, demonstrating the capacity of narrative structures to inform both practical and theoretical understanding. In addition to philosophical and cultural significance, the Titans' legacy encompasses symbolic pedagogy. Their stories illustrate cause and effect relationships, strategic decision-making, and the consequences of actions, providing lessons in foresight, prudence, and ethical reflection. The narratives encode principles that extend beyond myth, offering early Greek audiences practical insights into governance, social coordination, and personal conduct. The enduring presence of these lessons reflects the integration of mythic knowledge into societal structures, ethical instruction, and cognitive frameworks, demonstrating the multifaceted utility of narrative legacy. The mythic transition from Titans to Olympians also reinforces the concept of systemic adaptation. By subordinating residual powers, reallocating responsibilities, and integrating legacy knowledge, the Olympians create a framework capable of managing both continuity and innovation. The Titans' influence persists as a regulatory and instructional force, contributing to the adaptive capacity of the new order. This process illustrates early Greek understanding that systemic stability and cultural development require both preservation of foundational elements and strategic incorporation of change, highlighting the interplay between legacy, adaptation, and functional governance. The narrative also emphasizes the interaction between symbolic and functional authority. Titans, though diminished in direct power, retain capacity as conceptual regulators of cosmic and societal principles. Their presence continues to influence moral frameworks, natural understanding, and institutional structure, demonstrating that enduring influence is not solely determined by immediate authority. The myth communicates early Greek insights into the durability of systemic principles, the functional integration of residual power, and the enduring significance of symbolic and pedagogical presence in shaping collective consciousness. The educational dimension of Titan legacy is further evident in oral and literary traditions. Epic poetry, storytelling, and dramatic representations preserve their narratives, transmitting both historical knowledge and ethical reflection across generations. These traditions enable successive audiences to engage with foundational mythic principles, interpret relational dynamics, and internalize systemic lessons. By encoding knowledge within narrative, the Titans contribute to the continuity of cultural, intellectual, and ethical frameworks, ensuring that their influence persists even as direct authority diminishes. The Titans' legacy also informs Greek cosmology and environmental understanding. Their association with primordial elements, celestial bodies, and temporal cycles provides a conceptual basis for interpreting natural phenomena, structuring agricultural practices, and organizing temporal awareness. Early Greek communities utilized these frameworks to synchronize social, economic, and ritual activity with environmental cycles, illustrating the practical implications of mythic knowledge. The enduring presence of Titans in these domains demonstrates the integration of narrative, observation, and systemic coordination in shaping cultural and societal development. Additionally, the Titans serve as exemplars of both strength and limitation. Their narratives convey lessons regarding ambition, resistance, and the consequences of uncoordinated power, providing models for reflection on governance, strategy, and systemic balance. The enduring educational utility of these lessons illustrates early Greek recognition of the pedagogical function of myth, where narrative serves as both a historical record and a framework for practical reasoning. The Titans' influence persists as a reference for ethical, strategic, and systemic reflection, reinforcing the interconnection between narrative, cognition, and social organization. The symbolic continuity of Titan influence also informs ritual, ceremony, and cultural practice. Seasonal observances, festivals, and mythic storytelling often incorporate references to Titans, highlighting the integration of residual authority into structured cultural activity. This continuity reinforces shared frameworks of understanding, supports the transmission of normative principles, and maintains the relevance of foundational narratives in shaping human experience. The enduring ritual presence of Titans illustrates early Greek awareness of the stabilizing function of tradition and the interplay between narrative, social cohesion, and ethical instruction. Finally, the legacy of the classical Titans establishes a foundation for the evolution of Greek mythological, cultural, and intellectual traditions. Their marginalization, functional integration, and symbolic presence create a framework in which subsequent generations can interpret authority, understand systemic relationships, and internalize ethical and strategic principles. The narrative demonstrates that the influence of foundational actors persists through structural, symbolic, and pedagogical mechanisms, reinforcing continuity, resilience, and adaptive capacity. By shaping the conceptual, ethical, and cultural landscape, the Titans contribute to the enduring trajectory of Greek civilization, linking mythic precedent to the evolution of governance, philosophy, and societal organization. In summary, the classical Titans' enduring influence encompasses historical, symbolic, ethical, and pedagogical dimensions. Their decline and marginalization do not eliminate significance. Rather, it transforms it into a framework for continuity, reflection, and systemic understanding. Through narrative, ritual, and cultural integration, the Titans inform ethical reasoning, artistic production, cosmological comprehension, and institutional design. Their legacy illustrates the interdependence of continuity and innovation, authority and symbolism, and history and pedagogy, providing an enduring model for understanding the dynamics of power, systemic adaptation, and cultural transmission within Greek civilization and beyond. The Olympian era represents the consolidation of cosmic authority under Zeus and his divine allies, marking a transformative phase in Greek mythic history. Following the defeat of the Titans, the Olympians not only assert supremacy, but also implement systems of governance, ritual, and cultural integration that profoundly shape subsequent Greek society. This era is characterized by the stabilization of hierarchical authority, the codification of religious practices, and the establishment of enduring cultural norms, reflecting early Greek understanding of systemic order, ethical governance, and societal cohesion. The Olympians, each with designated domains and functions, oversee both human and divine activity. Zeus assumes the central role of supreme authority, managing conflicts, distributing responsibilities, and coordinating the actions of subordinate deities. This consolidation mirrors historical principles of leadership, illustrating the interplay between centralized power and delegated specialization. By structuring authority across multiple spheres, the Olympians create an operational framework that supports stability, resource management, and adaptive responsiveness. Religious practices flourish under this era, with worship and ritual codified around the Olympian hierarchy. Temples, festivals, and offerings provide both spiritual guidance and social cohesion, reinforcing collective norms and cultural continuity. The alignment of ritual practice with ethical and strategic oversight reflects early Greek insights into the role of religion in maintaining systemic stability. The Olympians' oversight ensures consistent application of moral and ritual principles, integrating divine authority with human social organization. Cultural innovation, artistic expression, and technological development are closely linked to Olympian governance. Deities such as Hephaestus, Apollo, and Athena exemplify specialized knowledge and skill, fostering advancements in craftsmanship, music, strategy, and intellectual pursuits. These narratives underscore the principle that systemic stability enables creativity and progress, illustrating how governance and innovation are mutually reinforcing. Artistic and technological achievements under Olympian influence provide both practical benefits and symbolic legitimacy for the ruling order. Conflict resolution and strategic oversight continue to define this era. The Olympians confront residual threats from Titans, primordial entities, and human challenges, employing coordination, specialized capabilities, and adaptive strategy. These interventions highlight early Greek understanding of governance as an active, dynamic process requiring foresight, negotiation, and the management of both allies and potential adversaries. Authority is continuously maintained through relational coordination, operational management, and ethical reinforcement. The integration of temporal, environmental, and societal management further distinguishes the Olympian era. Deities oversee cycles of time, fertility, natural phenomena, and human activity, linking mythic authority with practical societal functions. The codification of calendars, seasonal observances, and agricultural rituals illustrates the early Greek recognition that structured oversight enhances predictability, productivity, and social cohesion. The Olympians' role extends beyond symbolic authority to operational regulation of both natural and human systems. Education, knowledge transmission, and narrative codification are central to sustaining this era. Oral traditions, epic poetry, and ritual storytelling preserve ethical, strategic, and cultural principles, ensuring intergenerational continuity. These narratives facilitate reflection on leadership, power, and social responsibility, embedding lessons of systemic coordination, moral guidance, and operational planning within collective memory. The Olympians' oversight reinforces the alignment of cultural, ethical, and practical knowledge, supporting long-term societal stability. The Olympian era also lays the groundwork for human political and social structures. By demonstrating principles of hierarchical authority, delegation, and relational coordination, the mythic narratives inform early Greek understanding of governance, civic responsibility, and institutional organization. The ethical, strategic, and symbolic integration of authority provides a conceptual framework for emerging city-states, legal norms, and social institutions, illustrating the interdependence of mythic precedent and human societal development. In summary, the Olympian era represents the establishment of cosmic, ethical, and cultural order, consolidating authority, codifying practices, and fostering innovation. The narratives of Zeus and his allies illustrate principles of governance, strategic oversight, and systemic coordination, reinforcing stability while enabling creative and societal advancement. This period establishes a durable framework for subsequent mythic, cultural, and intellectual developments, demonstrating the enduring influence of structured authority and integrated governance on Greek civilization. Following the consolidation of Olympian authority, the period known as the Olympian era represents a transformative phase in Greek mythic history, characterized by the stabilization of cosmic governance, the codification of ritual practice, and the systematic organization of human and divine interaction. This era begins with the triumph of Zeus and his allies over the Titans, an event which not only secures supremacy, but also initiates a process of structural and functional coordination that defines the subsequent trajectory of Greek mythology, culture, and societal organization. The Olympians, each entrusted with distinct responsibilities, collectively establish frameworks of order, continuity, and ethical governance that profoundly influence both mythic narrative and human conceptualization of authority. Zeus, as the supreme deity, embodies the principles of centralized leadership, strategic oversight, and ethical authority. His role requires both the management of subordinate deities and the mediation of conflicts within the divine hierarchy. Each Olympian is allocated a specific domain. Poseidon governs the seas, Hades oversees the underworld, Athena embodies wisdom and strategy, Apollo governs music and prophecy, and these delineated responsibilities ensure coordination, prevent internal disputes, and maintain systemic coherence. The assignment of distinct spheres of influence illustrates early Greek recognition of hierarchical organization as a mechanism to balance autonomy with centralized oversight. By structuring authority in this manner, the Olympians establish a functional framework in which power is both distributed and regulated, ensuring the durability and stability of governance across cosmic and human domains. Religious practice flourishes under this coordinated system. Temples, sanctuaries, and sacred spaces dedicated to individual Olympians become focal points for ritual activity, including offerings, seasonal observances, and festivals. These practices not only affirm divine authority, but also provide mechanisms for social cohesion and cultural continuity. Archaeological evidence, such as temple foundations, votive offerings, and inscriptions, corroborates the central role of Olympian worship in early Greek society, reflecting a structured integration of belief, morality, and communal participation. By linking ritual practice to hierarchical authority, the Olympians ensure that ethical, social, and operational norms are codified and consistently transmitted across generations. The artistic and cultural developments of this era are closely linked to the structural stability provided by the Olympians. Deities associated with specific skills and knowledge, such as Hephaestus with craftsmanship, Apollo with music and prophecy, and Athena with strategic wisdom, foster advancements in technical, intellectual, and aesthetic domains. These narratives emphasize specialization as a means of promoting excellence, reflecting early Greek understanding that innovation thrives in contexts of stability, coordinated oversight, and clearly defined functional roles. Art, literature, and craftsmanship flourish in parallel with religious and social organization, illustrating the interplay between governance, cultural achievement, and symbolic legitimacy. The mythic depiction of these activities reinforces the principle that systemic stability enables both practical innovation and enduring cultural expression. Conflict resolution remains a central element of the Olympian era, encompassing both internal hierarchy and interactions with human and external forces. Although the Titans have been subdued, residual opposition and latent threats persist. The Olympians employ strategic oversight, coordinated intervention, and deployment of specialized capabilities to manage these challenges. Human interaction is similarly regulated. Myths depict divine punishment, instruction, and guidance in response to behaviors that disrupt ethical or social norms. These narratives convey early Greek insights into the dynamic nature of authority, illustrating that durable governance is not a singular act, but an ongoing process requiring vigilance, strategic foresight, and adaptive management. Temporal, environmental, and societal oversight is further codified during this period. Titans associated with natural cycles and elemental forces are integrated into subordinate roles under Olympian supervision, ensuring coordination of environmental and temporal phenomena. For example, Helios' journey across the sky and the regulation of seasonal cycles are depicted as structured, overseen processes. This codification supports agricultural productivity, ritual observances, and social planning, illustrating the connection between cosmological order and practical human activity. The narratives of the Olympians demonstrate that effective governance encompasses both symbolic authority and operational control, integrating environmental, social, and ethical domains to maintain stability. The transmission of knowledge and ethical principles is central to sustaining the Olympian era. Oral storytelling, epic poetry, and ritualized mythic narratives encode lessons regarding strategic foresight, moral responsibility, and social coordination. These narratives function as educational tools, preserving intergenerational wisdom, guiding behavior, and reinforcing hierarchical norms. By maintaining continuity of knowledge, the Olympians facilitate the internalization of systemic principles, enabling human societies to align with divine authority while fostering cultural cohesion. The mythic emphasis on narrative codification underscores the role of story as both historical record and instructional medium, illustrating the early Greek understanding that collective memory supports ethical, cultural, and operational stability. The Olympian era also establishes principles of relational governance. Interactions among deities require negotiation, coordination, and mediation, demonstrating that authority is both hierarchical and relational. Zeus' leadership involves balancing autonomy with oversight, managing interpersonal dynamics, and ensuring alignment with collective objectives. This relational framework mirrors human social structures, providing conceptual models for city-states, legal institutions, and social hierarchies. By codifying principles of cooperation, delegation, and strategic coordination, the Olympians illustrate how governance can maintain systemic coherence while enabling functional specialization and creative contribution. Ethical frameworks are embedded throughout the narrative of the Olympians. Justice, reciprocity, prudence, and proportionality guide interactions among deities and between gods and humans. These principles legitimize authority, inform decision-making, and support social cohesion. Myths depicting reward and punishment reinforce ethical norms, ensuring adherence to systemic expectations. Early Greek audiences would have interpreted these narratives as illustrative of both divine and human governance, reinforcing the interdependence of ethical guidance, relational oversight, and operational management in sustaining stability. The era also highlights the integration of innovation with systemic stability. The Olympians' oversight enables experimentation, exploration, and technological development, demonstrating that stability and creativity are mutually reinforcing. Specialized deities cultivate advancements in art, craft, warfare, and knowledge, providing both practical utility and symbolic authority. The myth emphasizes that innovation is most effective when embedded within a structured and coordinated system, illustrating early Greek recognition that systemic stability provides the conditions necessary for creative and intellectual progress. Agricultural, environmental, and temporal coordination remain central to sustaining human and divine systems. By regulating cycles of fertility, seasonal change, and natural phenomena, the Olympians provide consistent frameworks for human planning, social organization, and resource management. The narratives underscore the practical application of mythic authority, linking divine oversight to everyday activities and reinforcing the integration of cosmology, ethics, and operational governance. This alignment between narrative, natural order, and human practice illustrates early Greek insight into the interdependence of governance, cultural continuity, and environmental regulation. The Olympian era further consolidates knowledge transmission and cultural codification. Ritual, literature, and oral tradition preserve collective memory, encode strategic and ethical guidance, and facilitate intergenerational learning. Myths are structured to provide both instruction and reflection, enabling human audiences to internalize systemic principles, anticipate consequences, and understand relational dynamics. The integration of narrative, ritual, and educational function exemplifies the Greek understanding that cultural and ethical continuity is essential for sustaining systemic stability over time. Human political and social structures are influenced by the models established during the Olympian era. The coordination of specialized roles, hierarchical oversight, and ethical regulation provides a conceptual framework for civic organization, legal principles, and institutional governance. Lessons derived from the Olympians' coordination, conflict resolution, and strategic foresight inform emerging ideas about leadership, delegation, and collective responsibility. By codifying these principles in myth, the narrative establishes a foundation for both ethical reasoning and practical governance, demonstrating the enduring relevance of Olympian paradigms in shaping human society. The Olympians' integration of symbolic, ethical, and operational authority establishes a template for the management of both divine and human systems. Their coordinated oversight, relational governance, and ethical codification illustrate the interdependence of power, legitimacy, and systemic coherence. The narrative emphasizes that effective governance is an ongoing, dynamic process requiring vigilance, strategic planning, and adaptive management. The enduring stability of the Olympian hierarchy reflects the successful integration of these principles, providing a model for subsequent mythic, cultural, and societal development. Cultural achievements, artistic production, and technological innovation flourish within this framework. By structuring authority and allocating specialized domains, the Olympians enable excellence in craftsmanship, literature, music, and intellectual inquiry. This period demonstrates that the codification of hierarchy, combined with ethical oversight, fosters environments conducive to creative, intellectual, and societal advancement. The narratives of the Olympian era thus illustrate the synergy between structured governance, cultural achievement, and systemic resilience. The educational and pedagogical function of myth is reinforced throughout the Olympian era. Stories of divine action, conflict resolution, and ethical decision-making transmit practical lessons regarding strategic foresight, leadership, and social coordination. These narratives encode both cautionary examples and models for emulation, providing audiences with interpretive frameworks for human governance, societal responsibility, and cultural practice. The enduring presence of these lessons within Greek myth underscores the integrative function of narrative as a vehicle for knowledge, ethics, and social continuity. Finally, the Olympian era establishes enduring frameworks for subsequent mythic, cultural, and societal development. By consolidating authority, codifying ethical and operational principles, and integrating cultural, artistic, and intellectual pursuits, the Olympians create conditions for long-term stability, innovation, and systemic coherence. Their narratives provide models for relational governance, strategic oversight, and ethical administration, linking mythic precedent with human experience and institutional design. The era demonstrates the interdependence of authority, culture, and societal continuity, illustrating the enduring influence of structured governance on the trajectory of Greek civilization. In summary, the Olympian era represents a period of consolidation, codification, and cultural flourishing. Through centralized leadership, delegated specialization, ethical regulation, and integrated oversight, Zeus and his allies established durable authority across cosmic, societal, and human domains. This era fosters cultural innovation, preserves intergenerational knowledge, and provides conceptual frameworks for governance, relational coordination, and strategic planning. The Olympians' model of structured authority, ethical codification, and operational management endures as a paradigm for understanding the interplay between power, culture, and systemic stability, establishing a foundation for subsequent developments in Greek myth, society, and intellectual tradition. Following the establishment of Olympian authority, Greek mythology increasingly focuses on the emergence of heroes and demigods, figures who occupy the liminal space between divine and human spheres. These characters embody both extraordinary capability and human vulnerability, serving as instruments through which ancient Greek society explored the interplay between mortality, morality, and divine influence. The hero narratives illustrate practical lessons in ethics, courage, and social responsibility, while also reflecting broader societal structures, familial relationships, and cultural aspirations. This era demonstrates how the integration of divine legacy into human affairs provides a framework for understanding leadership, accountability, and the consequences of action. Heroes and demigods are frequently born of unions between Olympians and mortals, reflecting the deliberate mingling of cosmic authority with human potential. Figures such as Heracles, Perseus, and Achilles exemplify the intersection of divine power and human agency. Their origins are carefully contextualized within genealogical, geographical, and cultural frameworks, illustrating early Greek attention to lineage, inheritance, and societal placement. By tracing heroic genealogies, myths encode principles regarding legitimacy, familial duty, and the transmission of skill and authority, providing both narrative cohesion and didactic function. These characters bridge temporal, spatial, and hierarchical domains, offering insight into the mechanisms by which human and divine influence interrelate. The accomplishments of heroes emphasize functional excellence, strategic foresight, and the ethical dimensions of power. Heracles' 12 labors, for example, are not only physical feats but also demonstrations of endurance, discipline, and moral rectitude. Similarly, Perseus' encounters with Medusa and other challenges illustrate resourcefulness, intelligence, and the application of acquired knowledge in practical problem-solving. These narratives encode causal relationships and operational reasoning, providing frameworks for understanding the consequences of action, the allocation of resources, and the strategic use of acquired capabilities. Through heroic endeavors, myth communicates early Greek understanding of structured problem-solving, ethical deliberation, and the integration of skill with decision-making. The interaction between heroes and Olympian deities is central to their narrative function. Divine intervention, guidance, or opposition situates heroes within broader cosmic systems, reinforcing hierarchical and relational frameworks. Gods provide tools, protection, or counsel, but success frequently requires human initiative, judgment, and ethical consideration. This dynamic illustrates early Greek insights into relational authority, emphasizing that power is both distributed and contingent upon skillful engagement. Heroes demonstrate how human actors operate within systemic constraints, balancing autonomy with alignment to overarching principles of cosmic and ethical order. Heroes also serve as conduits for cultural integration and societal reflection. Their narratives often intersect with local geography, civic centers, and culturally significant sites, providing context for communal identity, ritual practice, and historical memory. Temples, shrines, and commemorative sites associated with heroic activity reinforce the connection between myth, social cohesion, and environmental awareness. Archaeological and textual evidence confirms the centrality of hero cults, demonstrating that these figures were instrumental in shaping early Greek conceptions of place, responsibility, and cultural continuity. By linking extraordinary individuals with human communities, myths create frameworks for understanding the relationship between exceptional ability and social accountability. Ethical and moral instruction is embedded throughout heroic narratives. Heroes frequently confront dilemmas that require balancing personal desire with communal obligation, courage with prudence, and ambition with ethical constraints. The consequences of overreach, hubris, or negligence are emphasized through narrative outcomes, illustrating early Greek attention to cause and effect reasoning and the social ramifications of individual choice. Heroic myths provide structured case studies in decision-making, offering models for reflection on leadership, responsibility, and the integration of personal action with systemic norms. These narratives reinforce the enduring principle that capability is inseparable from ethical awareness and relational accountability. Conflict resolution, strategic planning, and tactical ingenuity are central elements of hero narratives. Encounters with monsters, adversaries, and supernatural challenges illustrate the application of intelligence, foresight, and resource management. The detailed depiction of problem-solving strategies provides insight into early Greek understanding of operational planning, coordination of allies, and adaptive response to emergent challenges. Heroes' successes and failures are consistently linked to preparation, knowledge, and ethical choices, emphasizing that effective action is a product of both capability and disciplined application of principle. The relationship between mortality and divine inheritance shapes both narrative structure and ethical framework. Demigods' limited lifespans, susceptibility to injury, and vulnerability to human limitation highlight the interplay between extraordinary ability and fundamental constraint. These narratives reinforce the principle that excellence, while exceptional, must operate within systemic boundaries and moral frameworks. Heroes exemplify the tension between potential and limitation, demonstrating early Greek appreciation for balance, self-awareness, and the consequences of transgression or misjudgment. Their stories communicate practical insights into the management of capability, risk, and responsibility within complex systems. Heroes also facilitate the integration of technological, artistic, and tactical knowledge. Their encounters often require the application of specialized tools, strategies, or knowledge transmitted from deities or predecessors. For example, Perseus' use of reflective shield techniques and divine gifts illustrates the synthesis of inherited capability, innovation, and strategic application. These narratives underscore the principle that human success depends upon both learned skill and appropriate utilization of available resources, linking mythic instruction with practical cognition and adaptive problem-solving. The interaction of heroes with society further emphasizes relational governance and civic responsibility. Heroic figures frequently intervene in communal crises, mediate conflicts, or enforce ethical norms, reinforcing the alignment of individual capability with societal expectations. These interventions model principles of leadership, justice, and coordination, demonstrating how exceptional actors operate within collective frameworks. Heroes illustrate that individual influence is legitimized through contribution to systemic coherence, highlighting early Greek recognition that authority and capability must be contextualized within ethical and social structures. Education and cultural continuity are reinforced through the codification of heroic deeds in literature, ritual, and performance. Epic poetry, oral storytelling, and theatrical representation preserve narratives of trials, moral choices, and strategic decision-making, enabling successive generations to internalize operational principles, ethical frameworks, and societal norms. Heroes function as didactic instruments, bridging the gap between mythic precedent and practical human application. The transmission of these narratives ensures intergenerational stability, cultural coherence, and sustained reflection on leadership, morality, and strategic reasoning. Temporal, environmental, and cosmic coordination remain central to heroic narrative. Many heroic activities are linked to natural cycles, seasonal observances, or divine regulation of environmental phenomena. Successful outcomes frequently depend upon understanding timing, aligning action with broader cycles, and anticipating systemic consequences. These narrative structures communicate early Greek insights into temporal planning, environmental awareness, and the integration of action within broader operational systems, reinforcing the interconnectedness of human agency, divine guidance, and systemic order. The legacy of heroes extends beyond narrative and ritual, influencing civic, cultural, and intellectual development. Heroic exemplars inform social norms, ethical reflection, and practical reasoning, shaping emerging models of governance, leadership, and communal responsibility. Their narratives provide conceptual frameworks for understanding the interaction between exceptional capability, ethical constraint, and systemic coordination, bridging mythic precedent with practical human experience. Heroes thus serve as both instructional models and symbolic instruments, linking narrative, ethics, and operational understanding. The intergenerational transmission of heroic knowledge reinforces the integration of mythic, ethical, and practical principles. By codifying genealogical, relational, and operational structures, myths preserve systemic understanding while providing models for reflection on capability, responsibility, and adaptation. The presence of heroes within both divine and human spheres demonstrates the permeability of boundaries between cosmic authority and human initiative, offering insights into governance, strategic planning, and relational coordination. These narratives underscore the principle that systemic stability and cultural continuity are reinforced through structured examples of capability, ethical action, and relational engagement. Finally, the era of heroes and demigods establishes a bridge between mythic authority and human societal development. By exemplifying the application of skill, ethical reasoning, and relational coordination, heroes demonstrate principles that inform governance, leadership, and cultural practice. Their narratives provide interpretive frameworks for analyzing consequences, optimizing decision-making, and integrating knowledge with action. The Olympians' influence remains central, guiding, supervising, and enabling heroes while allowing human agency and ingenuity to flourish. This integration of divine oversight, heroic initiative, and ethical instruction ensures that the period serves as both a narrative continuation of cosmic order and a practical framework for societal reflection and instruction. In summary, the era of heroes and demigods demonstrates the functional integration of divine legacy with human agency. By codifying ethical principles, operational strategies, and relational frameworks, these figures provide both symbolic and practical instruction, bridging cosmic and human domains. Their narratives facilitate the transmission of knowledge, the reinforcement of social cohesion, and the modeling of strategic, ethical, and operational decision-making. Heroes exemplify the dynamic interaction of capability, morality, and systemic coordination, ensuring continuity, adaptation, and cultural development within the broader framework established by Olympian authority. Following the rise of heroes and demigods, Greek mythology increasingly emphasizes the dynamics of conflict, strategy, and the interplay between divine authority and human action. This period, often referred to as the Age of Legendary Conflicts, illustrates the intersection of power, governance, and ethical responsibility across both mortal and divine realms. Warfare, strategic planning, and the management of alliances serve as central motifs, reflecting early Greek understanding of organizational structure, leadership, and the consequences of collective action. The narratives of this era provide insight into how mythic storytelling codified operational reasoning, ethical reflection, and social cohesion within a framework of systemic order. Legendary conflicts are often initiated by both divine and mortal imperatives. Disputes among gods, rivalries between city-states, and challenges posed by external threats provide narrative impetus for coordinated action and strategic intervention. The Iliad, for example, depicts the Trojan War as a convergence of divine favor, human ambition, and tactical acumen. Greek deities actively influence outcomes, aligning with particular heroes and factions, yet mortal decision-making remains pivotal in determining success or failure. This dual influence underscores the early Greek recognition that effective action requires both skillful human initiative and alignment with broader systemic structures. The organizational structures of legendary conflicts reflect early principles of leadership, hierarchy, and delegation. Commanders coordinate troops, assign specialized roles, and implement strategies informed by both experience and divine counsel. Heroes such as Achilles, Agamemnon, and Hector exemplify distinct leadership approaches, illustrating the balance between personal initiative, ethical considerations, and operational efficiency. These narratives encode lessons about chain of command, responsibility allocation, and the importance of anticipating adversary actions, providing early Greek audiences with conceptual frameworks for understanding strategic planning, tactical execution, and relational governance within high-stakes contexts. Strategic foresight is a consistent feature of conflict narratives. Battles are depicted as complex systems in which timing, terrain, morale, and resources influence outcomes. Heroes and commanders engage in careful analysis, coordination of specialized capabilities, and adaptive problem-solving, demonstrating an early awareness of operational dynamics that extend beyond mere physical prowess. Divine guidance often supplements human strategy, yet success frequently depends on ethical decision-making, disciplined execution, and situational awareness. By depicting these elements, myths convey principles of strategic reasoning, operational management, and ethical responsibility, reinforcing the interconnection between capability, judgment, and systemic coherence. The integration of divine influence illustrates the relational and ethical dimensions of conflict. Gods intervene to provide assistance, impose obstacles, or enforce moral consequences, highlighting the interdependence of human initiative and cosmic authority. Mortals must interpret signs, respond to unforeseen variables, and adapt strategies to align with both operational realities and divine expectations. This dynamic teaches early Greek audiences about the interaction between authority, capability, and contingency, emphasizing that systemic stability and success require coordination, foresight, and ethical alignment within complex relational frameworks. Cultural, geographic, and societal factors shape the context of legendary conflicts. Wars often center on critical sites such as Troy, Thebes, and various city-states, linking mythic narrative to tangible landscapes, civic identity, and communal memory. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, ceremonial artifacts, and historical inscriptions, corroborates the cultural significance of these sites and the integration of mythic narrative with real-world spatial organization. By situating conflict within specific locales, myths reinforce the connection between strategy, social cohesion, and environmental awareness, highlighting early Greek attention to spatial planning, resource management, and the ethical responsibilities of leadership within defined territories. Conflict narratives also emphasize the ethical and moral consequences of action. Decisions regarding loyalty, honor, and duty carry both immediate and long-term implications for individuals, communities, and systemic stability. Heroes such as Hector demonstrate the tension between personal valor and communal responsibility, while Achilles illustrates the consequences of pride, ethical misjudgment, and delayed reconciliation. These narratives codify ethical reflection as an operational necessity, demonstrating that strategic success is inseparable from moral reasoning and relational awareness. The integration of ethics within conflict narratives reinforces the Greek understanding that governance, capability, and morality are mutually reinforcing components of systemic stability. Technological and tactical innovation is another prominent feature of legendary conflicts. Heroes and commanders employ specialized weaponry, protective equipment, and strategic formations to achieve objectives. Innovations such as chariot use, fortified defenses, and naval coordination reflect early Greek understanding of resource optimization, capability integration, and adaptive problem-solving. Mythic narratives codify these techniques, transmitting operational knowledge, strategic principles, and lessons in coordinated action to audiences, providing both historical insight and practical frameworks for decision-making in complex, high-stakes environments. Coordination and alliance management are central to the conduct of legendary conflicts. Troop movements, diplomatic negotiation, and the alignment of allies require relational intelligence and systematic planning. Heroic and divine actors negotiate obligations, resolve disputes, and allocate responsibilities to ensure coherent collective action. These narratives illustrate early Greek recognition that successful operations are dependent upon both organizational design and relational management, highlighting the importance of systemic integration, strategic communication, and ethical oversight in achieving sustainable outcomes. Environmental and temporal awareness further informs the conduct of conflicts. Heroes and commanders account for terrain, seasonal cycles, and natural phenomena in planning and execution. Alignment with these variables influences resource allocation, troop morale, and operational effectiveness. The inclusion of environmental factors demonstrates early Greek understanding that success is contingent not only on human capability and divine support, but also on the strategic integration of natural systems into operational planning. Myths codify these principles, reinforcing the interdependence of environmental observation, strategic foresight, and ethical decision-making within conflict management. The interplay between fate, free will, and ethical agency is consistently explored in legendary conflict narratives. While divine forces often influence outcomes, mortal actors retain responsibility for decisions, reflecting early Greek inquiry into the balance between predetermined structures and autonomous action. Heroes navigate the constraints of cosmic and societal systems, negotiating opportunities, mitigating risks, and exercising judgment within structured boundaries. These narratives communicate the principle that effective action integrates ethical reasoning, strategic foresight, and systemic awareness, highlighting the interconnection between autonomy, obligation, and relational responsibility. Narrative codification preserves the lessons of legendary conflicts across generations. Epic poetry, theatrical representations, and oral storytelling encode operational principles, ethical reflection, and strategic reasoning within memorable narratives. These stories serve as both historical record and educational tool, providing audiences with interpretive frameworks for analyzing leadership, relational dynamics, and the consequences of action. The preservation of these narratives ensures intergenerational continuity, reinforcing the principles of strategic, ethical, and systemic coherence essential for governance and societal stability. The age of legendary conflicts also informs civic and institutional development. Observing the principles exemplified by heroic and divine actors, early Greek communities derived conceptual models for military organization, leadership selection, and social coordination. Ethical norms, strategic planning, and relational management embedded in mythic narratives informed civic expectations, governance structures, and communal behavior, illustrating the enduring impact of these stories on societal evolution. Conflict narratives thus serve a dual function, codifying operational principles and reinforcing normative, ethical, and relational expectations within human society. Heroes' interactions with ordinary humans and communities further illustrate the integration of capability, ethics, and systemic coordination. Legendary conflicts often necessitate the mobilization of collective effort, highlighting the interplay between individual initiative and group action. Heroes facilitate coordination, enforce ethical standards, and transmit knowledge, demonstrating early Greek understanding that sustainable outcomes require both leadership and collaboration. The narratives emphasize that operational success is contingent upon structured engagement, relational awareness, and the alignment of personal and collective objectives. Resource management, logistical planning, and adaptive problem-solving emerge as consistent elements within legendary conflicts. The movement of troops, allocation of supplies, and coordination of allies illustrate early Greek understanding of the complexity inherent in sustained operations. Narrative detail conveys the necessity of preparation, foresight, and contingency planning, highlighting the interdependence of tactical capability, ethical deliberation, and systemic coordination. The myths provide practical models for understanding the dynamics of organized action within structured ethical and operational frameworks. Finally, the age of legendary conflicts reinforces the continuity between divine authority, heroic initiative, and human societal development. The narratives demonstrate that successful outcomes depend upon the integration of ethical reasoning, operational skill, relational coordination, and alignment with broader systemic principles. Conflict is depicted not merely as a test of strength, but as a structured environment in which intelligence, moral judgment, and strategic planning interact with inherited knowledge, divine guidance, and relational networks. The mythic lessons of this era inform subsequent understandings of leadership, governance, and societal organization, providing enduring models for operational, ethical, and relational coherence. In summary, the age of legendary conflicts illustrates the functional and ethical integration of divine authority, heroic capability, and human agency. Warfare and strategic engagement are depicted as structured, relational, and ethically informed processes, emphasizing foresight, coordination, and the consequences of action. Heroes, demigods, and mortals navigate complex operational systems, guided by divine principles, relational obligations, and ethical imperatives. These narratives codify lessons in leadership, tactical reasoning, and systemic integration, providing early Greek audiences with interpretive frameworks for understanding governance, morality, and social cohesion. The era underscores the enduring principle that strategic, ethical, and operational alignment is essential for sustainable outcomes within both mythic and human domains, establishing a foundation for subsequent cultural, intellectual, and societal developments. Following the period of heroic exploits and legendary conflicts, Greek mythology transitions into an era often described as the Age of Civilizations. This phase reflects the systemic consolidation of human societies, the expansion of organized governance, and the flourishing of culture, technology, and social structures. Myth and historical narrative converge to illustrate the processes by which human communities transitioned from fragmented settlements into coordinated, administratively complex societies, integrating lessons derived from divine oversight, heroic action, and relational frameworks established in previous eras. The Age of Civilizations demonstrates early Greek understanding of systemic organization, civic responsibility, and the interdependence of social, technological, and cultural development. Urbanization and the emergence of centralized settlements constitute a defining characteristic of this period. Archaeological evidence suggests that communities coalesced around strategic locations such as river valleys, coastal hubs, and fertile plains, facilitating trade, resource management, and administrative oversight. Settlements such as Mycenae, Tiryns, and Pylos exemplify early urban centers with defensive fortifications, specialized craft production, and bureaucratic administration. These developments reflect practical lessons in governance, logistical coordination, and societal planning, demonstrating that the consolidation of population and resources requires structured oversight, strategic foresight, and ethical stewardship. The myths of this era encode the functional significance of settlement patterns, highlighting the interplay between environmental context, resource optimization, and social cohesion. Governance structures during the Age of Civilizations reflect both inherited principles from Olympian oversight and emergent societal innovations. Rulers and councils oversee resource allocation, adjudicate disputes, and coordinate communal responsibilities, while integrating ethical and ritual norms into administrative practice. The establishment of hierarchical authority and specialized offices mirrors previous mythic frameworks, reinforcing the principle that stable governance requires clear delineation of responsibilities, accountability mechanisms, and coordination across societal domains. These structures provide the foundation for sustained urban and cultural development, illustrating the continuity between mythic precedent and practical societal organization. Economic specialization and technological innovation flourish in parallel with urban consolidation. Craft production, metallurgy, agriculture, and maritime trade expand both in scale and complexity, reflecting the application of skill, coordination, and innovation within structured societal frameworks. Mythic narratives frequently associate deities such as Hephaestus and Athena with particular domains of expertise, providing cultural validation for technological knowledge and practical skill. By linking divine inspiration to human innovation, myths codify operational excellence, ethical application, and relational coordination, highlighting the interdependence of technical capability, social organization, and cultural continuity. Economic and technological progress is therefore understood not merely as practical activity, but as an integrated component of ethical, strategic, and societal frameworks. Religious practice and ritual codification continue to provide cohesion, legitimacy, and operational guidance. Temples, sanctuaries, and civic festivals reinforce hierarchical norms, establish ethical expectations, and coordinate collective activity. These practices reflect early Greek recognition that cultural cohesion and moral stability are essential for effective governance, resource management, and societal continuity. Ritual observances integrate temporal, environmental, and ethical cycles, aligning human activity with broader cosmic principles and reinforcing the instructional function of myth. By embedding normative guidance within structured cultural practices, the Age of Civilizations illustrates the integration of operational, ethical, and relational frameworks across multiple domains. Conflict management and territorial defense remain essential components of societal organization. Fortifications, strategic alliances, and organized military contingents reflect early Greek insights into coordinated resource allocation, leadership delegation, and tactical planning. Epic narratives, as well as archaeological evidence, highlight the importance of leadership competence, logistical preparation, and ethical conduct in sustaining social stability. The Age of Civilizations emphasizes that conflict, whether internal or external, must be managed within structured frameworks that balance strategic initiative with ethical and operational responsibility, reinforcing principles of governance and relational coordination. Cultural development reaches new heights during this period, encompassing literature, visual arts, music, and philosophical inquiry. The codification of myths, heroic narratives, and ethical exemplars provides both educational and symbolic frameworks, transmitting principles of leadership, strategic reasoning, and ethical conduct across generations. Architectural achievements, such as palaces, fortifications, and ceremonial spaces, reflect both functional planning and symbolic representation, integrating aesthetic innovation with operational utility. By coordinating cultural production with governance, ritual, and technological advancement, the Age of Civilizations demonstrates the early Greek understanding that social cohesion, ethical guidance, and innovation are mutually reinforcing elements of societal development. The integration of education, apprenticeship, and knowledge transmission is central to sustaining civilization. Specialized crafts, technical skills, and operational knowledge are systematically transmitted through mentorship, ritualized instruction, and narrative codification. Heroes and demigods continue to serve as pedagogical exemplars, linking divine inspiration, ethical conduct, and operational skill with human initiative. Educational frameworks reinforce ethical reasoning, strategic foresight, and technical competence, ensuring intergenerational continuity of capability, relational understanding, and societal cohesion. The narratives emphasize that knowledge transmission is both a practical and moral responsibility, supporting the sustainability of complex human systems. Relational governance extends to civic and communal structures, reinforcing ethical oversight and cooperative coordination. Councils, assemblies, and leadership hierarchies reflect the principle that effective governance requires participation, deliberation, and accountability. Myths provide exemplars of successful negotiation, ethical decision-making, and coordination across relational networks, offering models for human administration, diplomacy, and institutional development. The Age of Civilizations demonstrates that sustainable social organization depends upon the integration of ethical principles, operational competence, and relational intelligence. Trade, exchange, and the management of resources highlight the functional sophistication of this era. Maritime networks, overland routes, and localized production systems facilitate economic integration, technological dissemination, and cultural interaction. Heroes and mythic figures are often associated with exploration, innovation, and mediation between communities, illustrating the intertwining of narrative, operational capability, and societal development. These narratives codify principles of logistics, strategic planning, and adaptive problem-solving, emphasizing the interplay between capability, relational coordination, and ethical governance in sustaining societal prosperity. Environmental management and temporal awareness are also essential components of civilization. Agricultural planning, seasonal observances, and resource conservation are integrated with ritual and administrative oversight. This reflects early Greek recognition that societal stability depends upon the careful coordination of natural, temporal, and human systems. Mythic narratives reinforce these lessons, providing both symbolic and operational guidance regarding the management of risk, resource allocation, and alignment of human activity with broader systemic patterns. The Age of Civilizations demonstrates that effective governance is inseparable from environmental awareness, strategic foresight, and ethical coordination. The era also emphasizes the codification of law, justice, and ethical norms. Mythic exemplars illustrate consequences for transgression, reward for compliance, and the importance of accountability. The integration of ethical principles into civic practice reinforces systemic stability, providing citizens with clear expectations and moral frameworks. Heroes, leaders, and deities collectively model the interdependence of ethical reasoning, operational competence, and relational coordination. The narratives of this period emphasize that law and morality are not abstract constructs, but practical instruments for maintaining coherence, ensuring fairness, and facilitating sustainable societal development. Cultural identity, collective memory, and historical continuity are further reinforced through storytelling, ritual, and artistic expression. Epic poetry, monumental architecture, and ritualized commemoration preserve the narratives of heroic, divine, and human achievement. These practices codify ethical, operational, and relational principles, ensuring that successive generations inherit both practical knowledge and normative guidance. The Age of Civilizations thus demonstrates the integration of memory, narrative, and practice as essential mechanisms for sustaining complex societal systems. Philosophical and intellectual inquiry emerges as a natural extension of these developments. Observation of natural phenomena, reflection on ethical principles, and consideration of relational dynamics form the basis for early Greek philosophical thought. Heroes, deities, and civic exemplars provide conceptual models for reasoning, problem-solving, and the integration of knowledge with action. The narratives underscore that intellectual development is inseparable from practical governance, ethical reflection, and cultural transmission, reinforcing the holistic nature of societal advancement during this period. Innovation and technological refinement continue to shape societal development. Craft production, metallurgy, architectural design, and resource management evolve in response to environmental conditions, social complexity, and economic demands. Mythic narratives frequently associate deities and heroic figures with these domains, providing both symbolic validation and practical instruction. The integration of narrative, technical knowledge, and ethical guidance illustrates early Greek recognition that sustainable societal progress requires alignment of capability, foresight, and relational coordination. In summary, the Age of Civilizations represents a period of systemic consolidation, cultural flourishing, and operational sophistication. The integration of governance, ethical oversight, education, and technological innovation demonstrates early Greek understanding of the interdependence of societal, environmental, and cultural systems. Heroes, demigods, and deities provide symbolic and practical models for coordination, ethical reasoning, and relational intelligence, reinforcing the continuity of knowledge, values, and operational principles. This era establishes a durable framework for social cohesion, intellectual inquiry, and cultural development, illustrating the enduring influence of structured governance, ethical codification, and coordinated human activity on the trajectory of Greek civilization. Following the consolidation of civilizations and the flourishing of culture, the next phase in Greek mythic and historical development centers on the emergence of philosophers, lawgivers, and intellectual codification. This period represents a deliberate effort to organize thought, articulate ethical frameworks, and structure social systems. Building upon the foundations laid by Olympian authority, heroic precedent, and civic consolidation, philosophers and lawgivers provide systematic guidance for governance, education, and communal cohesion. Their contributions reflect an early Greek understanding that ethical reasoning, operational principles, and relational coordination are essential for sustainable social order, integrating moral, intellectual, and institutional dimensions into codified frameworks. Philosophers, beginning with pre-Socratic thinkers, examined the principles underlying natural phenomena, human behavior, and societal organization. Figures such as Thales, Anaximander, and Pythagoras articulate methods for observing, categorizing, and interpreting the world, emphasizing rational inquiry, systematic reasoning, and ethical reflection. These intellectual endeavors demonstrate an early commitment to evidence-based understanding, linking practical observation with abstract principles. By codifying knowledge into coherent systems, Philosophers establish a foundation for predictive reasoning, operational planning, and ethical deliberation, reinforcing the interdependence of intellectual inquiry, practical governance, and moral awareness. Lawgivers play a complementary role by translating philosophical and ethical principles into operational frameworks for governance. Figures such as Draco and Solon in the historical record, paralleled by mythic exemplars, codify legal norms, dispute resolution processes, and institutional procedures to maintain social stability. Laws are designed to balance individual autonomy with communal obligation, integrate ethical reasoning into operational governance, and provide mechanisms for accountability and conflict resolution. The codification of laws demonstrates early Greek recognition that sustainable social systems require both normative guidance and enforceable structural frameworks, integrating moral, relational, and operational dimensions into coherent governance structures. Education and intellectual transmission become central to societal continuity during this period. Philosophers establish schools, engage in public debate, and systematize knowledge in a manner accessible to successive generations. Ethical reasoning, civic responsibility, and practical skill development are emphasized alongside abstract inquiry, reflecting the Greek understanding that education serves both moral and operational functions. By embedding relational intelligence, ethical reflection, and strategic reasoning within formalized instruction, these intellectual initiatives ensure the continuity of knowledge, reinforce social cohesion, and provide practical frameworks for governance, decision-making, and conflict resolution. The integration of philosophy and law also influences ethical development and societal behavior. Rational inquiry provides methods for evaluating action, assessing consequences, and aligning behavior with systemic principles, while codified laws enforce ethical norms, protect communal interests, and structure relational obligations. Heroes, demigods, and mythic exemplars continue to serve as instructive models, linking narrative precedent with abstract reasoning and practical implementation. This integration reinforces the Greek recognition that ethical, operational, and relational coordination are mutually reinforcing, providing a holistic framework for sustainable governance and cultural continuity. Political organization evolves alongside intellectual and legal codification. City-states, councils, and administrative offices formalize decision-making, distribute responsibilities, and enforce accountability. Philosophical principles inform debates regarding justice, leadership, and civic responsibility, while laws provide operational mechanisms for implementing these concepts. The interplay between conceptual reasoning and practical application demonstrates early Greek understanding of governance as a dynamic, relational process, requiring both normative guidance and structured operational systems. Mythic narratives provide continuity by illustrating the consequences of misalignment between ethical reasoning, practical action, and relational coordination, reinforcing the importance of systemic coherence. Strategic planning and conflict resolution remain integral to societal functioning during this period. Philosophers and lawgivers analyze historical patterns, codify lessons, and provide frameworks for anticipating challenges, allocating resources, and coordinating collective action. Ethical principles guide decision-making, ensuring that operational strategies are aligned with communal interests and moral expectations. Mythic narratives continue to illustrate the consequences of misjudgment, overreach, or hubris, providing instructive examples for evaluating risk, negotiating obligations, and integrating ethical reasoning into practical governance. This integration highlights the interconnectedness of operational planning, relational intelligence, and moral oversight within complex societal systems. Cultural and intellectual innovation is closely linked to philosophical and legal development. Artistic expression, literature, and ritual practice are structured by ethical, relational, and operational frameworks, integrating aesthetic creativity with normative guidance. Poets, dramatists, and historians codify heroic, civic, and ethical exemplars, transmitting both narrative and analytical knowledge across generations. Philosophical discourse informs interpretation, encourages critical reflection, and provides tools for systematizing observation and reasoning. The age of philosophers and lawgivers demonstrates the symbiotic relationship between intellectual inquiry, operational competence, and ethical codification, illustrating that cultural flourishing depends upon the integration of these dimensions. Ethical codification extends to relational management within communities. Philosophers emphasize virtues such as prudence, justice, courage, and temperance, articulating their practical relevance to civic engagement, leadership, and cooperative activity. Lawgivers translate these principles into enforceable standards, ensuring that social interactions are aligned with systemic objectives and ethical norms. Heroes and mythic exemplars continue to provide instructive precedents, reinforcing relational coordination, accountability, and moral reflection. By embedding ethical principles within operational frameworks, the age of philosophers and lawgivers codifies the interdependence of morality, governance, and practical decision-making. Knowledge preservation and intergenerational transmission are central to sustaining societal development. Philosophical treatises, legal codes, and educational curricula ensure continuity of ethical, operational, and relational principles. These codifications enable successive generations to inherit both practical knowledge and moral frameworks, supporting stability, cohesion, and adaptive capacity within complex societal systems. Mythic narratives provide continuity by linking precedent, observation, and abstract reasoning, illustrating the Greek understanding that knowledge is most effective when integrated with ethical guidance and operational application. The integration of natural observation, ethical reasoning, and systemic governance establishes foundational principles for early scientific and administrative thought. Philosophers investigate causality, pattern recognition, and the organization of knowledge, while lawgivers codify normative behavior and operational structures. Together, these intellectual initiatives provide mechanisms for understanding, predicting, and regulating both human and environmental systems. Mythic narratives contextualize these principles within ethical and relational frameworks, ensuring that knowledge application is aligned with communal well-being, systemic coherence, and intergenerational continuity. Strategic foresight and adaptive planning are emphasized throughout this era. Philosophers analyze systemic patterns, historical outcomes, and operational dynamics, while lawgivers incorporate these insights into legal and institutional design. Heroes, demigods, and civic exemplars provide instructive cases illustrating the consequences of misjudgment, ethical deviation, and operational inefficiency. These narratives reinforce the principle that sustainable societal development depends upon coordinated reasoning, ethical adherence, and structured operational frameworks, integrating abstract understanding with practical application. Conflict management, both internal and external, continues to shape governance and social cohesion. Philosophical principles inform negotiation, dispute resolution, and ethical adjudication, while laws provide procedural clarity and enforceable standards. Heroes and mythic figures provide models for leadership, accountability, and operational execution, illustrating the interdependence of capability, ethics, and relational coordination. The age of philosophers and lawgivers demonstrates that effective societal systems require simultaneous attention to conceptual understanding, normative guidance, and structured implementation, ensuring both stability and adaptability. Civic engagement, deliberative reasoning, and ethical reflection are central features of this period. Citizens, guided by laws, philosophical insight, and narrative exemplars, participate in governance, resource allocation, and collective decision-making. Ethical principles underpin civic responsibility, ensuring that individual action aligns with communal interest, systemic objectives, and moral expectations. Mythic narratives, philosophical inquiry, and legal codification collectively provide interpretive frameworks, reinforcing relational intelligence, operational competence, and ethical reflection across diverse social contexts. The era also emphasizes the integration of technological and cultural innovation within structured societal systems. Craft production, architecture, agricultural management, and trade are informed by ethical oversight, strategic reasoning, and relational coordination. Philosophical principles guide observation, experimentation, and critical evaluation, while legal frameworks ensure responsible application and equitable distribution. Heroes, demigods, and civic exemplars provide instructive models, linking skill, innovation, and ethical practice. This integration underscores the Greek understanding that systemic stability, cultural development, and technological advancement are mutually reinforcing components of societal flourishing. Finally, the age of philosophers and lawgivers consolidates the intellectual, ethical, and operational frameworks necessary for sustainable societal development. Philosophical inquiry, legal codification, and mythic precedent collectively provide models for reasoning, decision-making, and relational coordination. These systems enable communities to anticipate challenges, manage resources, and align individual action with collective objectives. The integration of ethical reflection, strategic foresight, and operational competence ensures continuity, stability, and cultural coherence, establishing enduring paradigms for governance, intellectual inquiry, and societal organization. In summary, the period of philosophers and lawgivers represents the codification of thought, ethics, and social systems. By integrating philosophical reasoning, legal structure, and mythic precedent, this era provides a durable framework for operational competence, relational coordination, and ethical governance. Heroes and demigods continue to serve as instructive exemplars, bridging abstract principles with practical application. Knowledge transmission, strategic foresight, and moral reflection are systematically preserved, ensuring intergenerational continuity and societal stability. The age of philosophers and lawgivers exemplifies the early Greek understanding that sustainable civilization requires the integration of intellectual insight, ethical guidance, and structured societal organization, providing foundational paradigms for subsequent cultural, political, and intellectual development. Following the intellectual and legal consolidation of the age of philosophers and lawgivers, Greek civilization enters a period distinguished by extensive maritime expansion. This era emphasizes trade, exploration, and cultural integration, reflecting both practical and strategic application of previous societal, ethical, and operational frameworks. The age of maritime expansion illustrates how human ingenuity, ethical oversight, and relational coordination facilitated the projection of influence beyond localized settlements, enabling commerce, knowledge exchange, and intercultural connectivity across the Mediterranean and Aegean regions. The expansion of maritime networks demonstrates the interdependence of logistics, governance, technological innovation, and cultural adaptation within complex systems. The strategic utilization of maritime routes transforms economic and social structures. Coastal settlements leverage their geographic position to facilitate trade, resource distribution, and cultural exchange. Ports such as Corinth, Miletus, and Rhodes emerge as critical hubs, supporting the coordination of goods, labor, and knowledge across extensive distances. Archaeological evidence, including harbor infrastructure, ship remnants, and commercial artifacts, demonstrates the sophistication of early Greek maritime organization. These logistical frameworks reflect early Greek understanding that operational efficiency, resource management, and relational coordination are essential for sustaining economic growth, societal stability, and cross-cultural integration. Trade networks extend both material and intellectual influence. Commodities such as olive oil, wine, pottery, and metals circulate alongside artistic, technological, and philosophical innovations. Maritime activity facilitates the diffusion of techniques, ideas, and cultural practices, linking diverse communities within a shared operational and ethical framework. Mythic narratives and historical accounts often depict heroic figures or divine patrons associated with navigation, commerce, and exploration, highlighting the integration of skill, foresight, and ethical conduct in maritime endeavors. These narratives reinforce the principle that effective expansion relies upon coordinated planning, relational intelligence, and adherence to established norms and ethical guidelines. Technological innovation underpins maritime capability. Shipbuilding, navigation, and cartographic knowledge advanced significantly during this period, reflecting both empirical observation and cumulative learning. Vessels such as the Pentaconter and Trireme exemplify optimization of design, speed, and maneuverability for trade, exploration, and military operations. Navigation techniques, including the use of coastal landmarks, celestial observation, and early cartography, illustrate systematic approaches to problem-solving, risk management, and environmental integration. Mythic associations, such as the patronage of Poseidon and heroic voyages, reinforce the linkage between divine inspiration, practical skill, and operational application, emphasizing the relational and ethical dimensions of maritime activity. Exploration facilitates cultural integration, connecting Greek settlements with distant regions in Anatolia, the Levant, and North Africa. Diplomatic exchange, colonization, and trade networks enable the diffusion of legal, technological, and cultural practices. Greek settlers adapt to local conditions, negotiate alliances, and integrate knowledge from indigenous populations, illustrating early awareness of relational intelligence, adaptive strategy, and ethical engagement with diverse communities. This process exemplifies how expansion is not merely territorial, but also intellectual, operational, and cultural, emphasizing the integration of knowledge, ethics, and practical capability within complex systems. The establishment of colonies reflects strategic, economic, and ethical considerations. Sites such as Massalia, Cyrene, and Byzantium demonstrate careful selection based on access to resources, defensibility, and potential for trade. Colonization requires coordination of labor, leadership, and logistics, ensuring sustainable settlement and integration with local environments. Mythic narratives associated with colonists, heroes, and divine guidance provide instructive frameworks for decision-making, risk assessment, and ethical engagement with host populations. These practices demonstrate early Greek understanding of the interplay between operational planning, relational coordination, and moral responsibility in expanding influence. Maritime expansion also drives technological and scientific observation. Navigation, shipbuilding, and astronomical observation are systematically refined through empirical experimentation, trial, and error. Knowledge gained through exploration is codified, transmitted, and integrated into broader societal frameworks, informing trade strategy, military planning, and civic infrastructure. Mythic narratives reinforce the instructional function of these practices, highlighting the interplay between skill, ethical reflection, and operational application. The age of maritime expansion demonstrates that technological and intellectual progress are mutually reinforcing, supporting both practical capability and cultural integration. Economic management is central to sustainable maritime activity. Resource allocation, storage, and transportation require careful planning and oversight, ensuring that settlements and trade networks operate efficiently and ethically. Market regulation, quality control, and contractual norms emerge as operational necessities, codified through both law and social custom. Mythic exemplars provide models of prudence, negotiation, and ethical conduct, illustrating the integration of operational competence with moral responsibility. Maritime commerce reinforces the principle that sustainable societal development depends upon the alignment of ethical, strategic, and operational frameworks. Relational and diplomatic intelligence is critical in maintaining trade networks and colonial settlements. Greek communities negotiate treaties, alliances, and exchange agreements, balancing strategic interests with ethical obligations. Cultural adaptation, linguistic proficiency, and the observance of local norms are emphasized as essential components of effective engagement. Mythic and historical accounts illustrate both successful and failed interactions, providing instructive lessons regarding negotiation, diplomacy, and the management of relational complexity. The age of maritime expansion demonstrates that ethical relational intelligence is integral to operational success and societal continuity. Military capability complements maritime and economic activity. Naval coordination, defensive fortifications, and strategic planning ensure the protection of trade routes and colonial settlements. Heroes, commanders, and divine patrons provide guidance, exemplifying the integration of ethical leadership, strategic foresight, and operational execution. Mythic narratives reinforce lessons in risk assessment, resource management, and strategic planning, emphasizing the necessity of disciplined preparation and relational coordination in sustaining both economic and societal stability. Maritime expansion is therefore both an economic and a strategic endeavor, dependent upon integrated operational frameworks and ethical oversight. Cultural exchange accelerates intellectual and artistic development. Colonies and trade networks facilitate the dissemination of literary, philosophical, and technical knowledge. The adaptation of local artistic styles, techniques, and practices enhances cultural richness while preserving operational and ethical coherence within Greek societal frameworks. Mythic narratives codify the significance of learning, adaptability, and ethical engagement, reinforcing the instructional function of cultural integration. The age of maritime expansion illustrates that the transmission of knowledge, values, and practical skill is essential for sustaining intergenerational continuity, societal cohesion, and adaptive capacity. Environmental awareness informs operational and strategic decision-making. Coastal geography, seasonal cycles, and weather patterns influence trade, navigation, and settlement planning. Mythic narratives frequently encode environmental knowledge, linking divine guidance with empirical observation. Heroes and demigods exemplify skillful adaptation to environmental constraints, modeling the integration of ethical reasoning, practical capability, and relational coordination in responding to complex, dynamic systems. The age of maritime expansion demonstrates that environmental literacy is a critical component of sustainable societal and operational development. Legal and ethical codification supports the integration of trade, colonization, and cultural exchange. Contractual norms, dispute resolution mechanisms, and procedural standards provide stability within and between communities. Heroes, mythic exemplars, and lawgivers serve as instructional models, illustrating the consequences of ethical misjudgment and the benefits of relational accountability. The integration of operational, relational, and moral frameworks ensures the sustainability of maritime expansion, demonstrating early Greek recognition that ethical governance is essential to complex, adaptive systems. Technological innovation, cultural adaptation, and ethical governance converge in the establishment of long-distance trade networks. Shipbuilding, navigation, and logistical planning are complemented by legal codification, relational intelligence, and ethical oversight. Heroes, philosophers, and lawgivers provide narrative and conceptual models for understanding the integration of capability, moral responsibility, and operational coordination. The age of maritime expansion illustrates that sustainable influence is achieved through systemic alignment of technological, ethical, and relational frameworks, reinforcing both cultural continuity and practical efficiency. Finally, the age of maritime expansion consolidates the interdependence of operational skill, ethical reasoning, and relational intelligence. Maritime networks, colonial settlements, and trade systems provide both material and intellectual infrastructure for sustained societal development. Cultural, technological, and ethical integration ensures that knowledge, capability, and moral responsibility are transmitted intergenerationally, supporting cohesion, adaptability, and systemic stability. Mythic narratives continue to provide instructional exemplars, linking human initiative, divine guidance, and ethical practice within the operational complexity of maritime expansion. In summary, the age of maritime expansion demonstrates the functional, ethical, and strategic integration of Greek civilization beyond its original geographic confines. Trade, exploration, and cultural exchange are coordinated through technological innovation, logistical planning, ethical oversight, and relational intelligence. Heroes, demigods, philosophers, and lawgivers provide instructive models that guide operational practice, ethical behavior, and societal coordination. This era establishes enduring paradigms for economic integration, technological development, and intercultural engagement, illustrating that sustainable expansion requires the alignment of capability, morality, and systemic organization. Maritime networks thus become both conduits of material wealth and vehicles for the transmission of cultural, intellectual, and ethical continuity across the Mediterranean world. Following the expansive maritime endeavors and cultural integration of the previous era, Greek civilization enters the age of reflection. This period is characterized by systematic examination of knowledge, the refinement of artistic expression, and the codification of societal legacy. Philosophical inquiry, historical record-keeping, and aesthetic development converge to preserve collective understanding, evaluate ethical principles, and establish frameworks for interpreting human experience within a structured intellectual and moral context. The Age of Reflection demonstrates early Greek awareness that the durability of civilization relies upon the integration of critical thought, artistic representation, and deliberate preservation of knowledge across generations. Philosophical inquiry reaches its most methodical expression during this period. Thinkers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle engage in rigorous analysis of ethics, politics, epistemology, and metaphysics. Their work emphasizes systematic reasoning, logical coherence, and the interplay between abstract principles and practical application. By codifying knowledge into structured philosophical systems, these thinkers provide frameworks for ethical reasoning, decision-making, and civic engagement. The Age of Reflection thus underscores the Greek understanding that intellectual rigor and systematic thought are essential for sustaining coherent governance, societal stability, and cultural continuity. Historical documentation and critical analysis emerge as central elements of reflection. Chroniclers and historians, including Herodotus and Thucydides, develop methodologies for observing, recording, and interpreting events with attention to causality, context, and reliability of sources. Their work illustrates early Greek recognition of the importance of evidence-based narrative, critical assessment, and methodological rigor in understanding both human behavior and societal dynamics. By preserving records of wars, political transitions, and cultural achievements, these historians contribute to the continuity of knowledge, enabling future generations to learn from past successes and failures. Mythic narratives, philosophical discourse, and historical observation collectively reinforce the integration of empirical evidence, ethical reflection, and operational understanding. Artistic refinement and aesthetic codification serve both educational and symbolic functions. Sculpture, architecture, and visual arts evolve to convey ethical principles, civic ideals, and narrative exemplars. Works such as the Parthenon, intricate pottery, and statuary embody both technical mastery and cultural values, reinforcing the principles codified in philosophical and legal systems. Mythic figures, heroes, and deities continue to serve as instructive models, linking artistic representation with moral, civic, and operational instruction. The Age of Reflection demonstrates the integration of technical skill, ethical guidance, and narrative continuity as essential components of cultural preservation and societal cohesion. Ethical and civic reflection is central to intellectual and artistic activity. Philosophers evaluate human behavior, social responsibility, and the principles underlying governance, while artists convey these insights through visual and architectural media. Citizens, guided by these intellectual and cultural exemplars, develop relational intelligence, moral discernment, and operational competence. This alignment ensures that knowledge, ethical reasoning, and social practice are mutually reinforcing, providing a coherent framework for individual conduct, communal decision-making, and intergenerational continuity. Reflection becomes both a cognitive and social process, integrating personal insight with systemic awareness. Education and structured intellectual transmission are refined during this period. Philosophical schools, academies, and rhetorical instruction establish systematic methods for transmitting knowledge, ethical reasoning, and cultural values. Students engage in critical analysis, dialectical reasoning, and practical application, reinforcing both abstract understanding and operational skill. Mythic narratives are integrated into curricula to provide illustrative examples, demonstrating the practical implications of ethical, relational, and strategic principles. The Age of Reflection underscores the Greek belief that sustained societal stability depends upon deliberate, structured education, integrating knowledge transmission, moral reflection, and practical application. Scientific inquiry and empirical observation are also systematized. Thinkers observe natural phenomena, develop classifications, and analyze causality within environmental, biological, and physical systems. This approach reflects a commitment to evidence-based understanding, operational reasoning, and methodological rigor. Intellectual frameworks developed during this era inform subsequent technological, architectural, and logistical innovation. The systematic integration of empirical observation, philosophical analysis, and operational application illustrates early Greek awareness that knowledge serves both practical and ethical functions, enhancing societal resilience and adaptive capacity. Cultural integration and aesthetic synthesis reinforce societal identity. Architecture, sculpture, theater, and literary expression converge to convey shared values, historical memory, and ethical principles. Civic spaces, public art, and narrative representation facilitate communal reflection, reinforcing operational norms, ethical behavior, and relational coordination. Mythic exemplars provide continuity between narrative, ethical, and practical instruction, linking the lessons of previous eras with contemporary civic and intellectual development. The Age of Reflection demonstrates the interdependence of cultural expression, philosophical inquiry, and societal cohesion. Political and institutional evaluation is a focus of this period. Philosophers and civic leaders analyze governance structures, electoral mechanisms, and the efficacy of legal systems. Ethical reasoning is applied to practical administration, resource allocation, and relational governance. Historical observation informs strategic planning, operational reform, and policy development. This period codifies principles of accountability, fairness, and systemic coherence, illustrating the Greek understanding that reflective assessment is essential for sustainable governance and societal stability. Relational intelligence and ethical deliberation are integrated across intellectual, artistic, and political domains. Citizens and leaders evaluate the consequences of action, negotiate obligations, and coordinate communal activity within codified ethical frameworks. Heroes, philosophers, and civic exemplars provide instructive precedent, linking narrative guidance with practical decision-making. Reflection is thus both an individual and collective process, embedding ethical, operational, and relational insight within institutional, cultural, and intellectual structures. The codification of legacy extends to practical infrastructure, administrative systems, and documentation practices. Libraries, archives, and civic records preserve both operational knowledge and cultural memory. Architectural design, urban planning, and technological innovation are integrated into systemic frameworks that reinforce ethical, civic, and cultural continuity. Mythic narratives continue to contextualize these practices, providing instructional models for decision-making, strategic foresight, and ethical reflection. The Age of Reflection demonstrates that sustainable societal development depends upon deliberate preservation, evaluation, and integration of knowledge, capability, and moral guidance. Maritime, commercial, and diplomatic experience informs reflective analysis. Observations derived from previous expansion, trade networks, and intercultural interaction are evaluated to optimize governance, resource management, and ethical engagement. The integration of operational experience with philosophical and historical insight provides a comprehensive framework for understanding the interdependence of capability, morality, and relational coordination. Mythic exemplars continue to illustrate consequences of error, success, and ethical decision-making, reinforcing the practical relevance of reflection in complex systems. Cultural memory and narrative preservation support both ethical and operational continuity. Epic poetry, historical chronicles, and civic rituals encode relational principles, moral standards, and operational lessons, ensuring that successive generations inherit both practical and ethical guidance. Philosophical reflection and artistic synthesis enhance interpretive capacity, enabling citizens to evaluate contemporary challenges in the light of established precedent. This period highlights the Greek understanding that reflection, codification, and cultural preservation are essential mechanisms for sustaining societal coherence and intergenerational continuity. Technological and artistic mastery is aligned with ethical reflection and practical application. Advances in architecture, metallurgy, ceramics, and visual representation are evaluated in terms of functional efficiency, aesthetic impact, and ethical appropriateness. Civic spaces, monuments, and infrastructure demonstrate the integration of technical, ethical, and cultural insight, reinforcing operational and relational coordination. Heroes, philosophers, and civic exemplars provide enduring models for evaluating both practical skill and ethical decision-making. The Age of Reflection illustrates that the codification of knowledge, artistic skill, and ethical principle is central to sustainable civilization. Strategic foresight, critical evaluation, and ethical judgment converge to guide civic, cultural, and intellectual planning. Reflection informs policy, education, legal reform, and artistic production, ensuring alignment of societal objectives with operational capability and moral responsibility. Mythic narratives continue to provide historical context and illustrative precedent, linking experiential knowledge with theoretical understanding and practical application. The Age of Reflection demonstrates the Greek integration of foresight, evaluation, and ethical deliberation within complex social, cultural, and operational systems. Finally, the Age of Reflection codifies the cumulative achievements of previous eras, integrating philosophy, law, art, and historical understanding into a coherent societal framework. Intellectual rigor, ethical guidance, and operational competence converge to sustain governance, cultural cohesion, and relational coordination. Knowledge, skill, and moral insight are systematically transmitted across generations, ensuring continuity, adaptability, and resilience. Mythic narratives, philosophical treatises, and artistic expression collectively provide models for evaluating action, coordinating resources, and preserving cultural and ethical legacy. In summary, the Age of Reflection represents the systematic codification of thought, art, and societal memory. Philosophical inquiry, historical documentation, and artistic refinement preserve operational, ethical, and relational knowledge, enabling sustained societal development. Heroes, demigods, philosophers, and civic exemplars provide instructive models, linking practical experience with moral and intellectual reflection. Education, record-keeping, and cultural preservation ensure intergenerational continuity and societal cohesion. This era demonstrates the Greek understanding that the durability of civilization relies upon deliberate reflection, rigorous analysis, and the integration of ethical, operational, and cultural frameworks, establishing enduring paradigms for intellectual, artistic, and civic achievement. The final chapter of the Classical Titans chronicles the enduring legacy of Greek civilization and its influence across subsequent generations, regions, and cultural contexts. Following centuries of intellectual, artistic, political, and technological development, the Classical Titans represent the culmination of structured governance, philosophical inquiry, and societal organization. This period emphasizes the codification of achievements, the preservation of cultural memory, and the strategic integration of ethical, operational, and relational frameworks. Through both tangible infrastructure and intangible principles, the Classical Titans establish paradigms that continue to inform governance, philosophy, art, and cultural continuity long after their temporal prominence. The civic and political structures developed during the Classical Titans period exemplify advanced systems of administration, resource management, and participatory governance. City-states such as Athens and Sparta demonstrate the practical application of philosophical, ethical, and legal frameworks, integrating civic participation with institutional oversight. Administrative mechanisms include codified laws, deliberative councils, and procedural norms for managing both internal and external affairs. These systems illustrate early Greek understanding that societal stability depends upon the alignment of ethical guidance, operational competence, and relational coordination. The Classical Titans codify the principle that governance is a dynamic process requiring foresight, structured organization, and moral accountability. Philosophy and intellectual tradition continue to shape civic life and cultural identity. Thinkers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle provide analytical frameworks for evaluating justice, ethics, and leadership. Their methodologies, including dialectical reasoning, empirical observation, and normative assessment, establish enduring paradigms for critical inquiry, problem-solving, and ethical deliberation. The integration of philosophical principles into public policy, education, and civic life exemplifies the Greek belief that rational analysis, moral reasoning, and operational implementation are mutually reinforcing. These intellectual contributions ensure that governance, education, and civic engagement are grounded in structured understanding, ethical reflection, and relational awareness. Artistic achievement during the classical Titans period reflects both technical mastery and cultural codification. Architectural accomplishments, such as the Parthenon, exemplify precision, proportionality, and functional integration, demonstrating both aesthetic refinement and engineering expertise. Sculpture, pottery, and public monuments codify civic ideals, ethical narratives, and heroic exemplars, ensuring that cultural knowledge is both transmitted and preserved. Mythic figures, heroes, and deities continue to serve as instructional models, linking artistic representation with moral, civic, and operational guidance. The codification of artistic principles illustrates early Greek recognition that aesthetic achievement is inseparable from ethical reflection and societal continuity. Historical documentation and record-keeping consolidate the knowledge of previous eras, enabling strategic foresight, operational efficiency, and cultural preservation. Chroniclers, historians, and philosophers systematize records of wars, political developments, social reforms, and cultural achievements, emphasizing accuracy, context, and analytical rigor. These records provide critical insight into the causes and consequences of actions, the evolution of institutions, and the interdependence of societal systems. By preserving both factual and interpretive knowledge, the classical Titans establish mechanisms for intergenerational learning, facilitating continuity, adaptation, and the transmission of both operational skill and ethical guidance. Maritime expansion, trade networks, and colonization underpin the economic and cultural influence of the classical Titans. Coastal settlements, navigational expertise, and commercial infrastructure demonstrate advanced understanding of logistics, resource management, and intercultural engagement. Maritime activities facilitate the diffusion of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices, integrating diverse communities into cohesive networks of influence. Heroes, demigods, and mythic patrons provide instructive models of foresight, skill, and ethical responsibility, reinforcing operational and relational coordination. The age of maritime expansion, as codified by the classical Titans, demonstrates the integration of economic, technological, and ethical principles in sustaining influence, fostering prosperity, and ensuring long-term cultural legacy. Legal codification and civic ethics are central to the enduring influence of the classical Titans. Laws, contractual norms, and dispute resolution mechanisms ensure stability, fairness, and accountability within and between communities. Ethical principles, philosophical reasoning, and operational practices are embedded within legal frameworks, providing citizens and leaders with coherent guidance for action. Heroes and civic exemplars illustrate both the practical and moral consequences of adherence or deviation from normative standards, reinforcing the instructional function of narrative within civic and operational contexts. This integration of law, ethics, and governance reflects the Greek understanding that sustainable societal development requires systemic alignment of capability, moral responsibility, and relational coordination. Education and intellectual transmission consolidate the continuity of cultural, operational, and ethical knowledge. Schools, academies, and mentorship systems facilitate the structured dissemination of philosophical principles, historical knowledge, technical expertise, and civic norms. Students engage in critical reasoning, ethical reflection, and practical application, ensuring that successive generations inherit both analytical capacity and operational competence. Mythic narratives and historical exemplars provide illustrative context, demonstrating the interplay of skill, ethical guidance, and strategic foresight. Education during the classical Titans exemplifies the integration of knowledge, morality, and operational instruction as a foundation for sustained societal resilience and cohesion. Scientific and technological innovation reinforce the operational capability and strategic foresight of the classical Titans. Advancements in mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and navigation are applied to infrastructure, trade, military planning, and civic management. Observational methods, empirical experimentation, and systematic documentation contribute to a cumulative body of practical knowledge. Mythic and historical narratives contextualize these innovations, linking capability with ethical responsibility and relational coordination. The age of reflection, codified within the classical Titans, demonstrates the Greek principle that technological mastery is most effective when integrated with moral, operational, and relational frameworks. Cultural preservation and identity are central to the legacy of the classical Titans. Literature, theater, art, and ritual practice codify ethical principles, historical memory, and civic values. Epic narratives, dramatic performance, and visual representation reinforce societal norms, transmit operational knowledge, and convey relational intelligence. Heroes and mythic exemplars provide continuity, modeling the integration of skill, ethical reasoning, and relational coordination. The codification of cultural practice ensures that collective identity, civic cohesion, and operational competence are preserved and transmitted across generations. Philosophical, ethical, and artistic frameworks collectively inform strategic planning and adaptive governance. Leaders, scholars, and civic administrators utilize historical insight, ethical reasoning, and technical expertise to guide decision-making. Operational, relational, and moral considerations are integrated to anticipate challenges, allocate resources, and sustain civic and cultural cohesion. Mythic exemplars illustrate both successful and failed strategies, reinforcing the instructional function of narrative in ethical deliberation and strategic foresight. The classical Titans demonstrate that enduring influence arises from the synthesis of knowledge, ethical principle, and practical application. Maritime, commercial, and diplomatic networks provide enduring mechanisms for influence and cultural dissemination. Trade, exploration, and colonization extend the reach of Greek civilization, fostering intercultural exchange and technological innovation. Ethical engagement, strategic foresight, and operational competence ensure that these networks are sustainable, resilient, and mutually beneficial. Mythic narratives and historical precedent codify both practical and moral lessons, reinforcing the integration of capability, ethical responsibility, and relational coordination. The classical Titans thus illustrate the interdependence of strategic action, cultural influence, and ethical governance. The preservation of civic, ethical, and cultural memory ensures continuity across temporal and geographic contexts. Libraries, archives, public monuments, and artistic works serve as repositories for operational knowledge, historical understanding, and ethical guidance. Philosophical treatises, legal codes, and educational curricula codify abstract reasoning, practical skill, and moral principle. Heroes, demigods, and mythic exemplars provide interpretive frameworks, linking abstract concepts with practical application and relational understanding. The age of reflection, realized within the classical Titans, demonstrates the critical importance of deliberate preservation for intergenerational continuity and societal resilience. Military, civic, and operational systems reflect the integration of capability, ethical guidance, and relational intelligence. Coordinated defense, logistical planning, and strategic oversight exemplify the practical application of knowledge, ethical principle, and relational coordination. Heroes and commanders serve as instructional models, illustrating the interplay of foresight, skill, and ethical decision-making. Operational systems are evaluated and refined based on historical precedent, philosophical insight, and empirical observation, demonstrating early Greek understanding of the interdependence of practical skill, moral responsibility, and systemic stability. The codification of artistic, philosophical, and historical achievements ensures that the classical Titans remain influential beyond their temporal existence. Cultural and intellectual contributions are transmitted through education, performance, literature, and public art, sustaining both operational knowledge and ethical guidance. The integration of abstract reasoning, practical skill, and ethical reflection establishes paradigms for governance, education, civic engagement, and cultural production. Mythic narratives, heroes, and historical exemplars reinforce these paradigms, providing instructive models that continue to inform practice, analysis, and cultural identity. Finally, The classical titans exemplify the enduring integration of operational competence, ethical principle, and relational coordination. Governance, philosophy, art, and cultural preservation are codified into systems that enable continuity, adaptability, and societal resilience. Knowledge, skill, and ethical understanding are systematically transmitted across generations, ensuring that the influence of Greek civilization extends well beyond its chronological boundaries. Heroes, philosophers, and civic exemplars provide instructive precedent, bridging abstract principle with practical implementation and relational awareness. The classical titans demonstrate that sustainable civilization depends upon the systematic alignment of intellectual, ethical, operational, and cultural frameworks. In summary, the classical titans represent the culmination of Greek intellectual, ethical, cultural, and operational development. Civic structures, philosophical systems, artistic achievement, and technological innovation are integrated within a coherent societal framework, ensuring intergenerational continuity, ethical coherence, and operational resilience. Maritime, commercial, and cultural networks extend influence and facilitate intercultural integration, while historical documentation, philosophical inquiry, and artistic preservation codify legacy for future generations. Heroes, demigods, and mythic exemplars provide enduring models for ethical reasoning, strategic foresight, and relational coordination. The classical titans illustrate the Greek understanding that the longevity and influence of civilization depend upon the deliberate integration of knowledge, ethical guidance, operational competence, and cultural preservation, establishing paradigms that continue to shape human society, governance, and intellectual pursuit.